Hello, hello and welcome to Bern Academy of the Arts. I'm Nina Mekasher, I'm the head of the Institute Materiality in Art and Culture. I would describe myself as a white woman in her prime, wearing glasses and very distinctive hair. So I'm truly excited to open the second day of our Fluxus Fête. 5 years ago, Hanna Hölling and her team, which you see here, which you probably know already, embarked on a mission to engage with the legacy of Fluxus through the lens of conservation. The challenges are obvious. Fluxus artists gleefully declared that art should flow, should vanish and transform, preferably before any curator could get their hands on it. The coexistence of the ephemeral and the material in Fluxus art complicates the very notion of conservation, and clearly Fluxus cannot be preserved under the proverbial cheese dome. This is why Hanna and her team explored alternative ways to sustain and to activate Fluxus art. In doing so, they developed a new understanding of conservation as an intellectual endeavor. 5 years on, we are gathered here to discover the outcome of your quest. I am proud and I'm happy that our Institute of Materiality hosted this project that is so full of thought process, clearly not material, and resulting in alternative measures of conservation, of reconstruction, of adaptation and artistic reinterpretation. So thank you, Hanna. Thank you, Aga. Thank you, Josie. Thank you to all your collaborators and partners for broadening our horizons. And without further ado, I present to you our team.
Thank you very much, Nina. One can hear me? Yes? Okay. I see my work as discoveries of what is already in the universe, just waiting to be revealed. Philip Corner. One characteristic of my work is that it will not change, that will not change in the future, is that they will be able to take any shape depending on real-world condition. Mieko Shiomi. I hate the passage of time. Ben Voitier. An important aspect of Fluxus was taking chances and creating out of almost nothing. Anne Noël. I would not be surprised if some Fluxus pieces end up as anonymous games played by people who have no idea about their origin. Bengt af Klintberg. You have to accept that the work will change. This is the beauty of it. So don't ask me to define anything at all. Confusion is more interesting than confirmation. Eric Anderson. These are really just a few excerpts from writings or artist statements included in our book. Together, they affirm Fluxus as fluxing, unpredictable, chance-born, and fundamentally open. At first sight, this might sound like a nightmare, right, for conservation. Or if conservation has long been aligned with stabilization and the protection of bounded objects, Fluxus confronts us with works that resist precisely those assumptions. It asks whether conservation might be rethought, not as the stabilization of form, but as a practice of perhaps accompaniment, an ethics of care that upholds conditions for change rather than preventing it. Our project chose to embrace precisely this principle as productive force. From the conception of Activating Fluxus and the application to the Swiss National Science Foundation in 2021, to the collaborative effort carried forward since 2022 by our entire team and by the many, many interlocutors who joined us in discussions, meetings, and events, we treated chance as method. So, welcome everyone. My name is Hanna Hölling, and I'm a white woman in my early 50s. I'm rather tall, 180. And I welcome you warmly to Activations, a Fluxus Symposium. I'm a research professor here, and I'm also principal investigator on this project. It is my great pleasure to welcome our esteemed speakers, moderators, very special guests, our colleagues, and all of you who are joining us today in situ and online. I would like to extend greetings also on behalf of the co-organizers of this event, Aga Wielocha, standing just here, postdoctoral fellow on the project, and Josephine Ellis, pre-doctoral fellow on the project, who are also co-researchers, obviously, and have played crucial roles in shaping this event. And yeah, no doubt the entire project, you've heard that already, and you will hear more, and they will speak shortly. Our project team, including also Markus Gossold, until recently Johannes Heddinger, Basil Mudry, sitting here behind the technical gear today, and affiliated members Stefanie Manthey, Emilie Parendeau, Sally Kawamura, and Elke Gruhn, everyone here today, really pleased, was formed with the generous support of the Swiss National Science Foundation and with the generous support of the Department of Materiality in Art and Culture, our research division here. This symposium marks the culmination of our research project, Activating Fluxus. It brings together our findings in multiple formats. I want to just very briefly show you the book, which has been just published sharp on time for the conclusions, which is available in hardcover and in open access, and you will be able also to purchase it outside today and listen perhaps to a short presentation this afternoon. Also available open access, exactly, in Taylor and Francis. I want to acknowledge the many people, first generation of Fluxus artists that we learn from, and two of them are present here, Ken Friedman and Anne Noel. Also many others with whom we talked during the project, with whom we consulted. And it's really, if you speak about the projects, they are all these amazing personalities and individuals that contributed really to it. We also lost a couple of them during the project runtime, especially recently Alison Knowles, but obviously also other great personalities in Fluxus. Just acknowledging them very briefly. Here also individuals, scholars, curators, conservators, people who contributed chapters, who conversed with us during our journey. We generated peer-reviewed writings, a couple of essays. These are just a few examples briefly assembled here. The Activating Fluxus website is a source of reference. We also invited many writers, authors, scholars, conservators to reflect on different aspects of Fluxus. Here on the website you may access diverse essays that are kind of alternative forms than otherwise peer-reviewed academic publications. Just a few examples here. By different authors. We organized many events. I mentioned it already also yesterday, but for those of you who joined us today first time, we spoke with many different people along the journey, with major and minor players in Fluxus and in Fluxus scholarship, so it was really a great learning experience. I want to mention also the resource page, which we, I think we hope that it's one of the most comprehensive research resources site on the topic of conservation of Fluxus. I also want to mention Radio Fluxus, which was instigated right at the beginning and conducted in almost sole effort of Aga, in 10 episodes. Here are just a couple of them to show you, and the project generated also an artistic contribution, which we will see tomorrow for those of you who want to join us. So this format, I hope, and this is the artistic contribution, Fluxus Gram, in which Basil is also involved together with Johannes in curatorial and artistic roles. So yeah, we hope that all these formats kind of reflect our commitment to studying Fluxus, right, and activating it, perhaps. This symposium, as you know, is a part of 3-day Fluxus Fête. It began yesterday with a hybrid Fluxus study day on AR boxes. Many of you were there, which was really fascinating, and continues today with this gathering, and then tomorrow it will culminate in the Cabaret Voltaire with Fluxus Gram, an artistic afternoon hosted, yes, in Zurich, as I mentioned. So it feels only fitting that a project dedicated to Fluxus concludes not with closure, but with continuation, right? Thank you for being a part of this undertaking. Thank you very much. So speaking of thanks, of course, the realization of such a big project or such a project can never come as an effort of just a few people or individuals. So really many thanks to everyone who was willing to think, question, and discuss with us over the years, the many artists who generously shared their work, their doubts, and their experiences. We are really, really very grateful to you. We are very grateful for the support of our department, of the research division here at HKB, headed by Thomas Gardman. We are very grateful to Nina Mekashe for all her support over the past months when she overtook the Institute of Materiality and Art and Culture. It was great to just know that we are in good hands. And earlier, many thanks also to Sebastian Dobruskin, who helped to set up the project from the beginning, was former chef here at the Institute of Materiality and Arts and Culture. And they really supported the project in innumerable ways. Our sincere thanks today to Andrea Danier, who organizes the buffet, which we will see outside, and to Daniela Wüttricht earlier, but also Daniela earlier and Andrea today are our administrators on the project, and their expertise and reliability just made everything possible, really. Thanks also to our technical team here, to Basil and Gregory, and big thanks to our sponsors, the Swiss National Science Foundation. And I will now hand over to my colleagues.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Aga Wielocha, and I am a postdoctoral researcher on this project, Activating Fluxus. I am a mid-sized woman in my mid-40s. I wear green glasses, and I have gray hair with some highlights. And I wear today like greenish, grayish, a jacket and a white shirt below. And I was asked to say, what is Fluxus? It's a big responsibility here, but I will try to do my best in like 3 minutes. So Fluxus resists a single definition, and that resistance is actually central to its identity. Fluxus emerged in the early 1960s as an international network of artists engaging in a wide range of actions, events, and gestures. And it functioned more as a set of practices or perhaps a state of mind rather than a fixed art movement. The term itself came from George Maciunas, who initially used Fluxus as the title for a Lithuanian cultural magazine in the US. In practice, Fluxus operated in the space between the performing, visual arts, and literature, blending experimental music, poetry, film, electronic media, performance with design and object making. Its creative output included time-based formats such as concert and festivals, with more tangible outcomes including scores, games, artist books, editioned flux boxes and flux kits, newspapers and newsletters. Fluxus forms are rarely discrete and often manifest as relational forms. Objects resulting from score interpretation, notational objects seen as score themselves, or objects intended to be performed. And this is just an example from the myriad possibilities that Fluxus actually offers. At its core, Fluxus was fundamentally opposed to the elitisms of traditional cultural institutions, drawing partial roots from Dada and the experimental music and practice of John Cage, particularly his concept of indeterminacy. It championed a do-it-yourself aesthetics that valued simplicity over complexity. Its overarching ambition was to dissolve the boundaries between art and everyday life, and to make art accessible to everyone. Institutionalized art care, on the other side, is rooted in this idea of single artist, single artwork, which is like a paradigm that basically rules this universe. And it emphasizes a unique autonomous art object categorized into established genre and media. And Fluxus objects, often resulting from collective and participatory actions, confound this model through intermediate approaches that erase the lines separating those art categories. So we know flux boxes. For me, it's difficult, but I know that there are some people in the public that are not so familiar with Fluxus practice. But flux boxes, for instance, were conceived as games and events meant to be performed, handled and reconfigured, fostering ongoing reinterpretation. And it's so difficult to speak about something so complex in such a short way. So today, those forms, often displayed under protective glazing, they are reduced to historical documents. Conservation similarly approaches them as self-contained, finished artworks rather than vessels for ideas and engagement. So for conservation decision-making, determining an object's status is crucial. Is given item an artwork or historical evidence, unique or reproducible? Who is the creator and who determines its display and perpetuation? For Fluxus works, the multitude of potential answers to these questions can overwhelm available conservation strategies and considerably complicating its efforts. And over to you, Josie.
Thank you. My name is Josephine. I'm the PhD student in the project. I would describe myself as a woman in their mid-20s. I'm half Asian, half Caucasian, and I have long dark hair and I'm wearing all black. This symposium is inspired and guided by the notion that sits at the heart of this project, the notion of activation, which we understand not as a single technical or conceptual framework, but as an open and exploratory term that opens onto lesser explored questions of fluxuses and of related forms' material legacy, use, care, and continuation, while at the same time rethinking what conservation itself might be. At a general level, activation points towards an expanded and plural understanding of conservation as an evolving practice. Rather than treating fluxus as something to be fixed or stabilized, conservation is approached as a mode of activation which, at various points in our project and by various contributors, have been considered as a form of care that recognizes, for instance, matter as already active and generative, a form of interpretation, participation, repetition, or renewed engagement over time. In a similar heterogeneous spirit, the speakers gathered here today touch on the notion of activation in different degrees and in different ways, drawing on diverse disciplinary positions and encounters with fluxus. Across anthropology, art history, conservation, performance, aesthetics, and related fields, activation is treated as a contingent and situational concern, one that remains open to negotiation and change. So before we begin the first segment of the day, just a few notes on the structure of the day and some housekeeping. So the symposium will open with a conversation between Tim Ingold and Hanna Hölling, followed by a series of presentations. Each presentation is scheduled for 30 minutes and is followed by a 15-minute Q&A, moderated by a member of the Activating Fluxus team. Both in-person and online participants are able to ask questions. We have two 15-minute breaks scheduled during the afternoon at 1:45 and 4:40. The schedule changed slightly, so what is it? Yeah, so we have two scheduled breaks during the afternoon, one at 1:50 and one which is at the same time at 4:40. Sorry about that. As well as a longer 20-minute coffee break at 2:50. During the coffee break, there will be a presentation of the book Activating Fluxus, Expanding Conservation, which will be live streamed. For those of you in person, the book will be offered at a 40% discounted price of 90 francs, so grab your copies whilst you still can. The symposium will conclude with a roundtable discussion led by Natilee Harren, bringing together speakers, moderators, and guests, followed by closing remarks from Stefanie Manthey. You can find the full program on our website, and if you're here in person, there's some physical copies outside. For our speakers and moderators, we kindly ask that you keep to the allotted time so that there is sufficient space for discussion and audience questions. And we would also like to offer a brief reminder that we have attempted to make the contents of the presentations as accessible as possible to support visually impaired participants. So we ask again that you include a short self-description before the first time you speak, and also describe any relevant visual materials on your slides. For those joining us online, please keep microphones muted during the sessions. You are welcome to post questions in the chat at any point, which will be addressed during the Q&A following each presentation. We also ask that you turn off any AI note-taking tools or personal recording devices. Please note that the symposium is being recorded, and an official recording will be made publicly available after the event. If you prefer not to appear in the recording, please let us know. For those of you who are here in person, we kindly ask that mobile phones be switched to silent. Refreshments will be available during the breaks, but please do not bring any food or drinks that aren't water inside this room. It's also very important to note that if you need to step out of the building during the session, please use the main entrance and not the side entrances. The main entrance is by the Buffet Nord. This door will remain open during the day for the amount of time that we're here, but the other exits will lock at 4 p.m. and you won't be able to get back in. And lastly, if you need any help or assistance, feel free to ask myself, Aga, Hanna, and also members of our extended team. But and now I will pass over to Hanna and Tim.
As a rule, creatures don't do progress. Generation follows generation along the trails, burrows, and flightways of its predecessors. The direction of travel is always towards where ancestors have been before. That is why every way of life is also a way of remembering. And this is a short citation from afterwards, actually, to this beautiful volume. I just found Modern Human. Actually, it's an exhibition in Zurich, which was overtaken from the Design Museum in London, where Tim wrote an afterword, and also partially based on yesterday's speech at the Collegium Helveticum, which we were very honored to host with Tim. With these words, Tim Ingold reminds us that life does not advance through rapture and heroic innovations, but through following, tending, and improvising along paths already worn. Every way of life, he writes, is also a way of remembering, and yet this remembering is not nostalgic. Creatures do not simply replicate what came before, they muddle along, devising makeshift arrangements, adjusting to impediments as they arise, leaning forward in care towards those who will follow. What moves me in this passage is that it reframes life not as progress, but as care across generations, as the creation of conditions under which others might flourish, even in unpromising environments. This offers perhaps a powerful entry into Fluxus. Fluxus too, or at least as I understand it, does not process or proceed through monumental progress or definitive opuses magnum. It follows trace, scores, instructions, invitations, even gestures left by others. It returns, repeats, alters, and improvises. It moves along pathways already traced, where remembering becomes a form of doing. If every way of life is also a way of remembering, then conservation cannot simply mean the stabilizing or even perhaps freezing of a singular state of an artwork, often one tied to the past. While techniques such as techniques that aim to do so may function under certain conditions, they don't or fail in many others. Conservation might instead perhaps become something closer to what Tim Ingold describes as practice of creating conditions for flourishing, a cultivation of relationships between generations, between institutions, and artists, between past actions and future possibilities. It becomes a matter of muddling along the midst of things, of improvising arrangements that allow works and words to continue. It is therefore It is therefore a great privilege and pleasure to introduce Tim Ingold, Professor Emeritus of Social Anthropology at the University of Aberdeen. Trained as an anthropologist, he carried out formative fieldwork among Sami and Finnish communities in Lapland and has written extensively on environment, technology, and social organization in the circumpolar north, on animals in human society, and on questions of human ecology and evolutionary theory. Tim, we are really deeply grateful that you agreed to join us today for this conversation. And the idea is that we start the conversation together and open it later on to the audiences. So, Tim, just to start us off, what is conservation in your view, and what does it mean to conserve?
I was thinking about this question, and actually, somewhat subversively, I wondered whether I could imagine an art thief, the thief who steals priceless works from a gallery, who is somehow the other side of the coin from the conservator. The thing about the thief is, in order to steal this work, he or she, it's usually he, has to make himself invisible. He has to pass through all the different lights and security apparatuses. It's a quite magical thing, being very, very light-fingered until he can get to the priceless work and then get out again. And the whole trick, the whole thing that makes it so magical, is that the art thief manages to make himself completely invisible, despite all the security apparatus that surrounds the gallery. And it occurred to me that that's exactly, in the conventional setting of the art gallery, what the conservator does. The whole point about restoration and conservation in, let us call it the standard gallery context, is that the conservator should leave no trace of their activity. Because the whole point is to preserve the work of art in its authenticity, in its pristine nature, touched obviously by its maker, but completely untouched by anybody who has had to deal with it since then. So that's the standard, let us say, the standard conservationist view. And what I think is so interesting is that if we abandon that and say that actually conservation is about care, and care is about looking after things as you would look after people, and leaving your mark on the artwork, just as the artwork leaves its mark on you, if it carries on through time, then the art thief is out of a job. You cannot steal works of art that have not been conserved in that classical sense. So the thief will have to start caring for the work of art as well. And actually, I was reading a biography of somebody who did this, and said that he really, after a while, began to care for these works, and you begin to feel a kind of sympathy towards the art thief, who is actually somebody who is subversively challenging the whole doctrine of conservation in the same way that Fluxus was. But the issue it brings to my mind is that, to me, there is a fundamental distinction between restoring works and repairing works. And this is important. And I don't know, because I've reading some of these materials, it seemed to me that you were treating these words as the same. To my mind, restoration means bringing a work back to what it is imagined to have been like at some previous time, such as when it was first painted or made, and inserting it as such in the present. So it's like lifting something which has been a bit damaged by time, restoring it to how it was imagined it once were, and reinserting it on the level of the present, which is the classic conservationist move. Repair seems to me something different. Repair is about picking up stuff from the past and giving them a new life, like firing them up again. So an old machine, an old engine starts to work again. It needs a bit of what we call tender loving care, a little bit of TLC to get the parts to fit together, a bit of repair here and there, moving things about. But basically, you're taking the old thing, you're putting in a lot of care so that it will carry on into the future. So the difference is that repair is about moving from the past onwards, or from past times into coming times, in a movement of continuity, whereas restoration is about establishing a permanence in the present. So they're based on different understandings of time. And it seems to me that the Fluxus idea is more in tune with a repair and not with restoration. And in that sense, to talk about what this means for conservation is to imagine conservation as the work of repair rather than the work of restoration. That's how the distinction seemed to me.
It's fantastic, and I love how you explained it. I think nowadays we have also so many debates about what conservation, what the different notions of restoration, repair, preservation also are. But I found it really fascinating that you place repair on the continuum, something that looks towards the future. And this is where I would like to actually anchor my next question. You have worked a lot on the notion of time, or our understanding of how we approach time through the notion also of generations, of continuity, perhaps of heritage or inheritance. I don't know if you may already introduce also the kind of biographic impulse here. I read, or in another lecture of yours, you mentioned that you followed the footsteps of your father, who was mycologist. And I'm very interested in two aspects of it. One, referring to the generations and the understanding of time in this following. And the other is how this idea of or having a father as mycologist actually influenced your other major notion, which you introduced also to conservation. Many of us use it, the idea of the meshwork.
Well, to start with the question of time, I've come to the view that the radical present, the present that, say, this is now, is an invention of modernity. And what it did then was to set up an absolute opposition between the past and the future. So we got the present, past is on one side, the future is on the other. There are lots of other non-modern societies where people would say, yes, there's coming and going, there's before and after, but it wouldn't map on to this absolute contrast between past and present. They would have a sense not of the present, of inhabiting the present, but of presence, of all sorts of beings, ancestors, people yet unborn, old things, new things, all being around and about in the environment. You sense you're in the presence of all these beings from what we might call the past and the future all at once. And that's why I felt a tinge of disagreement with somebody like Alan Caprow, for example, talking about Fluxus being in the radical present, and the sense of ephemerality that stems from that. I mean, if we thought about the wind, or if we thought about a river that has been flowing and flowing along for hundreds of years, would we say it's ephemeral? We'd only say if it's ephemeral if we took the point of view of the radical present. If we said, stop the clock, and that moment is past. Of course it is, because the water flows along. But in fact, if we're thinking like a river, we're in with the flow. We're not with the stopwatch. We're not cutting that moment and separating off the past and the future. So it seems to me that this emphasis on ephemerality ties in with a decidedly presentist orientation that cuts the past from the future, which is not the orientation, say, of a creature that is following the ways of its predecessors, or me following in the footsteps of my dad, where we're following in the same direction, going along a path together. There's the stuff that lies ahead, the stuff that lies behind, but there is no present with a past on one side and the future on the other. So so I was thinking maybe actually closer to what Fluxus people are really trying to get at is this sense of a temporal flow, like the flow of the river or the flow of the wind, where there isn't a break, where things are not actually, where ephemerality is like the invasion of this way of thinking, which continually turns on the past in order to face the future into a sense of actually onward movement. So you can see how a Fluxus will come in as a protest against modernist thinking, but you can't see how, for example, any indigenous people would suddenly come out in support of Fluxus, because we're doing it anyway. We don't need it if we're thinking along those lines. You see what I mean?
Absolutely. I just wanted also to follow up on this notion of linearity, because you wrote so beautiful, you just explained it so beautiful, but I also wrote in many of your publications. I stumbled upon Bergson at a certain moment, and I felt like I need to follow up before, the other part perhaps of questions you would like to answer. You once mentioned that in the 1980s or 70s, you digged out a very, very kind of forgotten Bergson book from a library. It was so dusted that it showed that it was not very popular writer at that time, and not in philosophy later. Only through Deleuze, I think, Bergsonism, which was influential for my own work, it became kind of more present. And I wonder how the idea of duration actually plays into the idea of this of the flow of the river, or linearity, of this non-presentism.
Oh, it's right there. I mean, I picked up Bergson's Creative Evolution in the early 1980s. By mistake, I was looking for something else. I picked it up, opened this book, began to sneeze because nobody had opened it for 30 years or something, and it was full of dust. I started reading, and it completely blew my mind. I thought, this guy's saying everything that I've been struggling, trying to find the words to say. And it is all about flux, all about what it means to think of a world that is continuous movement, where forms are, for Bergson, every form, an organic form or an artifactual form is the envelope of a movement. And this was so Bergson became a kind of, and remains a kind of intellectual hero for me, which I think is why eventually I could begin to understand what Deleuze was talking about, because I was on the same page already. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that.
Fantastic. And could we follow up on the notion of the meshwork? Just jumping back to my former question, the association with mycology, thinking about life as distributed. Yes.
Well, I mean, I'm an anthropologist, and my dad, who was a mycologist, who could never quite understand what this anthropology was about, and I kept trying to tell him that we anthropologists are the mycologists of the social sciences. That mycologists in botany, or in the plant scientists, are the awkward squad, because their organisms just don't behave as organisms should. They're all over the place with their mycelium, and they don't have. You can't say what's inside and what's outside. There's materials. It's flowing everywhere. If biology had started off with the mycelium as its kind of prototypical organism, rather than a rabbit or a dogfish, it would be completely different. That was the point. And I was trying to explain that it's the same with anthropology and the social sciences, because in anthropology we're dealing with mostly with people, but we don't think of the person like, here's a person, draw a circle around it and say, here's the person, there's the inside, there's the outside. We think of the person as this tangle, like looking a bit like a mycelium. Lots and lots of lines going off in any directions, tangling up with other lines, so you can't say what's inside or what's outside. And that's the thing about the meshwork. It means that the concept of environment is a bit awkward, because it suggests here's an organism and then the environment around it. And something like the French word milieu is much better, the middle place, in the midst of things. So everything is always in the midst, in a tangle with everything else. And then it took a long time till I figured out that I had to make this distinction between the meshwork and the network, because the network, as it's understood in modern parlance, is like lots of connections between points. But the meshwork is an entanglement of lines. And I had arguments with Bruno Latour about this. He couldn't quite figure out what the difference was. I said, you sometimes make your ruisseau, sometimes you make it look like a network, and sometimes you make it look like a meshwork. I want to make sure that you don't confuse the two. So that's why every line in the meshwork is itself a line of life. It's not that you're compressing lives into points and then connecting them up. You're allowing the lives themselves to be lines, and that's how the meshwork came in.
And perhaps this notion of ontogenesis could also be tied in with your explanation of the meshwork. I wonder whether you could spend a few thoughts, or you could give us a few thoughts on the notion of ontogenesis. You quite often in your writings don't speak about the being, the kind of idea what there is, but what becomes. Could you tell us more about that?
Yes, for me, ontogenesis, that is the becoming of being, or the generation of being, is completely fundamental. It's fundamental in biology, but also in philosophy. From like ontogenesis, it was something that was very central to the thought of Simondon, but others as well. The idea that everything is caught up in a process of becoming the thing it is, or ceasing to be something else, and that in the anthropological context, I wanted to be clear about the difference between what I thought of as a ontogenetic turn and what everybody else was talking about under the ontological turn. The ontological turn was all about philosophies of being. I wanted to talk about generations of being. So nothing just is. Everything somehow or other, everything that we say there's a this here, this there, it has to have got there somehow. And that means there's a process, and then it will disappear too. So it's fundamental to a process philosophy. That leads to a whole lot of other arguments with evolutionary biologists, but we don't have to worry about those. Yeah.
Perhaps there are already questions in the audience. Otherwise, I could have, while you are thinking, already. Okay, Natalie, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Natalie. Thank you so much for these great definitions, and also the introduction you gave with repairing and conservation. I just have a question there, because so I completely agree with these definitions, and I think this is very much it's also very much in our days. So we, since maybe 20 years, we accept this, that we really we have both methods that we have to use. So we also use restoration, conservation, but also the concept where we admit the flux, so the flow. This is very important. So my question was, how would you then, our principal question now maybe for me is how we can combine these two concepts. So there is not really the conservation restoration concept and the one who accepts activity and flow, so that there is no binarity, or should not be a binarity, but we should combine these two concepts. So maybe, so there for me this is a really important question. So I'm asking if you, with the meshwork maybe, or whatever, you could make? Or do you have an idea how to bring these two concepts together so that it's
actually? I'm not sure. I've tended to see them as oppositional and think that really we want to have repair rather than restoration. I can see your point that you think, well, if you've got an opposition like this, maybe the proper way forward is to try and find some means by which we could have it both ways, have our cake and eat it. I'm not sure that with restoration and repair we can actually do that. I'm inclined to think that we really have to move restoration, turn it around so that it really does become repair. I think otherwise we're back in the security system. It's non-democratic and yeah.
Just maybe just very shortly, what was my question is, because sometimes also the traces, the material part of the objects is very important to us conservators, and these traces also tell a lot. It's really a source for imagination and everything. So there is always this binarity of allowing the activity and keeping the traces, so that maybe was
I think this is an issue that might come up later when we talk about the archive and what the meaning of the archive is. I very much like the concept that comes from Erin Manning, who talks about the anarchive. And she's thinking about the anarchive as something that is lively, that is bubbled up. So if we think of the archive in the classical sense, this is a heap, a pile of stuff that's just accumulated up, then then the oldest something is, the further down it is, and then more and more things get piled on top. The anarchive is the opposite of that. So that what is put down is coming up again. And the analogy would be a farmer planting potatoes. You plant the tubers in the soil, not so that they would disappear forever, but so that they come up again. And so one could turn. So if there's a way in which you could treat the traces of past activity that you find as a conservator there and say, what do I do with these? If you could find a way of turning them around so that they could kind of come up again, so that they could be not inherited by the future but prolonged in it, then that would be the way to do it. That's my answer, yeah.
Thank you. I really love the thief, the art thief. I would like to go a step earlier than the restoration and repair and ask for preservation. What do we want to preserve? What is the wish of preserving in Fluxus? And I wonder what kind of competences you need to preserve here. So apparently, and obviously, Fluxus is not about the artifact, but it's about the flow, it's about the ephemeral, but it's not about the leftover. So the question of who's preserving it is one. And to my reading, it's so much about energy, social energy and artistic energy and overflowing kind of festivals, etc. So I wonder, maybe it is not a question of restoration, preservation, but rather a question of artists. It's the question of how to hand over to other artists to preserve the idea of Fluxus. Question mark?
So then you're talking about the content. I mean, art. There's an equation in Fluxus, as I understand it, right, between art and life, and if we are committed to the continuity of life, and if we define life, I think I would almost define life as a movement that is continually exceeding itself. It's a movement of excess, of overflow, that defines life, and because it's a movement that carries on. Then if art equals life, we would want to say the same thing about art, and then we would say that preservation is also that self-superseding. In Whitehead's terms, you've got the subject and the superject. He talked about the movement of concrescence, of something always overflowing itself in its own ontogenesis, actually, in its own process through life. So then you'd have to say that let's make preservation equal to that. And in many senses, that would sound a bit contradictory, because preservation is like keeping things as it is. But then I was thinking, at least in English, if you go to the supermarket and you want to buy jam or marmalade, you look at the sign which says preserves. That's what we call them. And they're preserves because the fruit, which would otherwise have gone rotten, has been harvested, treated, boiled, mixed with sugar and so on. And so it's there for, we can enjoy it later on. And it will give us energy. So perhaps we should think about preservation as something like making jam from fruit. Yeah. Yes. Jam making. I like.
Which fits nicely also to the topic of Fluxus food and flux food, which we grappled with as well during the project. Any other questions? Yeah, Samida.
Hi, first of all, thank you so much for such an interesting talk. I loved how you expressed the idea of time and how the radicalization of now is kind of dividing the ideas of past and future. And we see that happening in cultural preservation and conservation as well, where something which is very material is seen either past, present or future. And so my question to you is, how do you view time and continuity and this idea of like radicalization of now as a disadvantage to cultural preservation? Because if we are to divide these timelines and not look at it as a flow, then it becomes very hard for us also to work on preservation. So
yes, and I think it comes down to the meaning of culture. So in modern times, culture has tended to get this sense of something already formed, already made, already done, already codified, that we look back on and that we need to look after lest it disappear altogether, rather than as a movement of carrying forward. But then the word itself, from Latin colore, meaning to cultivate, to look after, to care for, is the opposite. It's about allowing newborn life to flourish. So it's going the other way. And to think about that difference, I thought of the metaphor of the rear view mirror, that when we talk about culture in mainstream discourses and in conservation, we imagine that we are looking at old ways of life, old things, whatever it is that we're looking after. We are in a car driving, accelerating down the highway of progress, and we look in our rear view mirror and we see these forms disappearing behind us, and we want to save them before it's too late. And then I was talking about this when I bought my sweater in Oslo. I was talking to people at the art school in Oslo, and somebody said that didn't I know that Marshall McLuhan in the 1960s had been using this very metaphor of the rear view mirror. So I looked it up, and McLuhan was exactly of he wanted to fire ahead into the future, and he complained that everybody else was living in the rear view mirror. So everybody else was living in the past, but he wanted to shoot forward. So his rear view mirror was the one he was actually looking into and seeing everybody else living in the past. So what we need to do is to abandon the rear view mirror view and actually join with the processes of nourishing a thing, whatever it is we're looking after, so that its life can continue. So that's, yeah.
Yes, we have a question online from Laetitia Cordero. So what will be the proposal for repair in a context where monuments have been intervened in a protest? Do you have any thoughts in relation to anti-monuments, spaces for remembering bodies that have disappeared? And do you have any thoughts of trees becoming anti-monuments or monuments? For example, a tree that represents something in a certain point of the street. Fluxus, live access, this feels related.
That's an important point about monuments, because I could compare a monument with a cairn. In the mountains, there's a custom to put heaps of stones at the summits of hills, and sometimes along paths along the way as you go to the summit. And everybody who goes by would add a cairn, just a sort of acknowledgement that I went by, and people appreciate the fact that somehow this cairn, where every stone has been laid by somebody who's been making the same trip. But as soon as, so that the cairn itself has a sort of life, or it has an assembly of life histories. But the monument is not allowed. As soon as you designate something like a monument, then you say, no, you can't do anything to it. If you change it, if you scribble on it, if you add stones to it, that is desecration, and it's an offence. So then we have the problem with monuments that are built, for example, to celebrate the victims of recent political violence. What do we do? Do we want to keep those intact forever as reminders to everybody else of what happened? Or do we accept that history itself passes on, and therefore that the whatever it is, the structure, can continue to evolve in the same way as the cairn? I would think that the Fluxus answer to that would be to allow it to continue to evolve rather than to freeze it in time. But of course these things are always highly contested. And the tree is a really interesting example, because the thing about trees is that if they're particularly really old trees, is that bits of them are dying off whilst other bits are growing. You can't say there's not a moment of birth or a moment of death. So we tend to think of life, a human life, as being suspended in the span between a moment of birth or conception and a moment of death. There's your life, that's it, all over and done with. Other non-Western philosophies don't think about it that way. They think of life, they think of birth and death as a pretty continuous process. You're kind of being born and you're dying all the time, and that process is not confined to your own lifetime, but it carries on, so that people are more like trees anyway. I mean, that's how it is for many African philosophies. And it would be interesting to think how, if you took that point of view, would you think of a monument raised to commemorate the victims of some political violence. Again, it should be something that carries on. It's the state that always wants to fix things in place. So it's a good, interesting question. It needs to be thought about.
Thank you very much. The last sentence is the state always wants it to keep in place. This is a bit as well the permanent restoration. So restoration, if I understand well, historically, in history, restoration is counter-revolution. It's going back, always going back. And funny enough, Fluxus started with destroying the piano. I mean, the utmost gesture of destroying bourgeois culture, which, as Baudelaire did when he went on the barricade against the Restoration. So, politically, I feel, and this comes up to the question a little later, politically I feel, or I would ask you, if you consider, as Fluxus did here and there, consider itself not as other avant-gardes to be revolutionary. So it was not really, I mean, Machunas did want to change society, clearly. And he clearly had an idea how to change the society. but the artist coming along did not want to. But the destruction was somehow an element of creation, a very important element of creation. This is one side. So you could, of course, say there is nothing worse than Fluxus entering the museum and the collection. So we should do everything to get them out, to free them. So it would be one possibility. But now we have the second argument you had with McLuhan, driving like hell towards the future. And you have this other beautiful image, which maybe we can work with, which is Benjamin's Angulus Novus. So he's turning the back to the future. So he's interrupting completely the model you had mentioned of linearity, and facing the disasters that you just mentioned. You saw the rear window in the rear mirror, facing the disasters, but not being able to turn around to face a present in order to prevent them. Preservation, your jam. So my question, in fact, is, no, it's a thank you, listening to you, and then should Fluxus be preserved? Should it be in the museum?
It's funny that you came to Benjamin and Angulus Novus, because as you were speaking, that was right up there in the front of my mind. And because I've also had resort to that image when I've wanted to suggest that instead of continually projecting a new future which destroys the old one, Marx and Engels' idea of everything, you know what I mean, that everything becoming antiquated before it can ossify, and that's a condition of modernity, and you end up with this pile of ruins, which is what Benjamin talks about. That's progress, and he's wanting to turn the other way and look towards the ancestors as a way to come. And he wants to reawaken the ancestors, he says in that passage. So he's exactly what I've been trying to argue, that instead of continually forging ahead into new futures and abolishing the past, we need to turn around and follow in the footsteps of those who went before. And that's not revolution, that's the opposite of revolutionary in the sort of classic Marxist sense. But it might be more consistent with Fluxus, and it does involve a turnaround. It means turning around. We instead of always turning around on the past to face the future, it means turning around the other way, and that's what I've been writing about in that book about generations. And I came precisely to Benjamin and also to Arendt, who is on the same page really as Benjamin on this. So it's counter-revolutionary, but it is a revolution. But it's counter to the argument that human history proceeds by constant revolution. Yeah.
We can have just one more question because we are running out of time.
Pressure's on. Thank you so much. I was wondering if there might be other terms from anthropology that could be useful that we could bring into play here. I was thinking of the idea of participant observation and the way in which anthropology kind of went through a crisis and renovation itself, I think, in the 70s, acknowledging the role of the researcher and the transformative act of witnessing in and of itself. And it seems to me that one of the provocations of this research project is to force curators and conservators to accept that role as a participant observer and really lean into the power and the act of witnessing itself as a transformative act that we need to think sensitively about in order to keep the work moving into the future. So this moment of contact with the object is both a moment of threat, but also it necessary for the work's survival.
Yes, I think, the word I keep using is conversation, because the conversation is a continuous improvisation with others through which voices both respond to one another and come into existence. And the whole point about participant observation is that there is no contradiction between the two, that you can only observe through a coupling in perception and action or in conversation with whatever it is that you're dealing with. So I would be with you there and say that I don't think participant observation is original to anthropology. I think Goethe proposed something almost identical in the study of plants. Spend time with your plant, begin to learn to think with it. And so it's been around for a while. I just have my own issue with anthropology, which is my own discipline, and that is to insist that participant observation is not the same as ethnography. And that that conflating the two, I think, has been a disaster for anthropology, and I wouldn't want that disaster to happen in your field as well. But that's another issue. I probably set a whole lot of hairs running that we don't have time to deal with.
Fantastic. But you will be here, Tim, over the next, so perhaps all other questions could be also asked outside, because there is really so much. And I think, I just want to thank you so much for venturing into Fluxus and conservation, into these two territories with us today. It has been just such a great pleasure to talk with you. Please join me in thanking Tim.
Thank you very much.
Judit Bodor is curator and academic whose research focuses on post-1970s countercultural, time-based and network art through curating artist archives. She currently leads curating the Digital Attic Archive, an international project using open source methods to reconnect and activate a dispersed artist archive, building on her 2021 project curating living archives and her practice-less PhD on exhibiting the Ivor Davies Destruction in Art Archive. So everything about archive. Her work appears in volumes including Performance in a Pandemic, What Will Be Already Exist, The Explicit Material, and Left Performance Histories. And Judit is currently Program Director of the MFA Fine Art and the MFA Curatorial Practice at the University of Dundee. Thank you so much, Judit, for coming to Bern.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I don't need that. It's a weird sensation. I'd just like to start with describing myself. I think I've been asked to do that. So I would describe myself at this context as shorter than Hanna and taller than Aga. And I'm also a white woman in her prime. And I also wear glasses. So it's a bit of a uniform look today. But anyway, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the Activating Fluxus team for the invitation to contribute to today's conversation. I really like this word that you said, Tim, about conversation. It's a dialogue about activation, Fluxus, and related archives. And my presentation today is entitled Reactivating the Archive, the Past, Present, and Possible Futures of Artpool Art Research Centre, in which I will try to situate its founder, artist George Galantay, who is on this slide, on this black and white slide in front of his 1992 exhibition World Art Post, the active archive methodology within a broader Fluxus context as an experimental artist archival practice, which actually I think potentially a model for an archive, and I'm quite interested in that word as well. Deviating slightly from my published abstract, I will present only two examples from the 1990s, Robert Filiu and Joachim Pfeiffer's installation, The Poipodrome, and the exhibition, The Correspondence Art of Ray Johnson, both of which I've been writing before. And I try to demonstrate how curatorial reactivation was central to Artpool's overarching methodology as an active archive. And doing so will also provide a historical overview of Artpool's development as an institution from 1970 9 as a pseudo-institution as conceptual artwork, and a node in the Eternal Network, or quite fittingly today, La Fête Permanente in non-equivalent English translation internationally, to then operating as a non-profit art research center from 1992 to 2021, and now being preserved for posterity at the Museum of Fine Arts, Budapest. And just to position myself, so I'm not working for Artpool, and I'm also not working for the museum. But I started my career as the assistant of György Galántai and Julia Klanitai, who funded Artpool, and I worked with them for 4 years as a young art historian curator in the early 2000s. And since then, I really engaged with their practice and worked with them on other exhibitions, so much so that I've now been invited back to an exhibition which will open in May, about the 30th anniversary of the website, which I will also introduce. The website, not my exhibition. So on this slide, you can see the front cover of the 2013 book Artpool, The Experimental Art Archive of East Central Europe, a comprehensive account of Artpool's activities, which was edited by Galántai and co-founder of Artpool, Julia Klanitai. And on the right, which is actually inside the book, a 20-year-old me, as a young art historian and curator standing on a stepladder in one of the archival rooms at Artpool in 1999, which was an apartment at the time, accessing archival boxes with my colleague sitting in front of a rather old-looking computer there. Archives, when perceived as static repositories of historical records, can appear as obstacles to activation, hence the ever-increasing calls for living archives that, according to Joana Diaz-Pinto, can, and I quote, challenge normative and dominating classification systems by being generative, organic, ever-growing and shape-shifting. But the idea of the living archive, however, still assumes the notion of the archive as something dead, a dead material that requires direct agency to resuscitate or revitalize it, or to bring it back to life, as we always say, into the present. Artpool, I believe, differs from this, both in its experimental outlook and its conception as an active archive, which is in a state of continuous becoming, that I will try to address today. And I think that also presents an arguably unique set of conservation challenges for the future. So this slide contains an excerpt from Galantai's diary in 1979, where he noted that the primary aims of the founding of Artpool at the time was namely, and firstly, to collect material for the Museum of Artistic Inventions scheduled to open in 2079. Secondly, to inspire the founding of the museum. Thirdly, to fill a gap for the time being with spaces available periodically. And fourth, to operate as part of the museum when is it established according to original plans. He went on to say, the purpose of Artpool is to collect, classify and preserve artistic experiments which, under the present circumstances, which was at the time, would disappear without a trace. Offering direction and information, Artpool encourages every attempt aimed at the renaissance of art and fosters the development of an atmosphere conducive of creativity. Describing Artpool as an active archive didn't actually happen until later, when a manifesto appeared on the website in 2003. And on this side, it's an excerpt from this manifesto, which retrospectively explained Artpool as an active archive from 1979 to say it does not only collect material already existing out there, but the way it operates also generates the very material to be archived. The continuity of Artpool's activity is maintained through publications and the building of personal relationships. The archive expands through calls for projects, cooperation and exchange, as well as circulating information and enlarging the network. In this sense, Artpool operated both as an open communication system and as what Craig Saper might have called an intimate bureaucracy. This slide shows the front and back pages of the first edition of Artpool Letter, or Actual Letter, in 1983. On the left is the cover page upon which Fluxus artist Ben Vautier's distinctively recognizable handwriting reads, but in Hungarian, mindent el kell mondani, or in English, everything has to be told. The page also carries two stamps. One reads, Refunctioned Object by G. Galantai, and the other, 1983, The Year of Communication, in Hungarian, French, and English. On the right-hand side of the slide is the back cover page, featuring Galantai's address at the time, which was actually the archive's address in his own apartment, and his handwritten explanation in Hungarian that the aim of the art pool letter, and I translate it, to present spontaneous and unedited ideas that one usually doesn't put into writing, a type of improvisation that is at once a unique document, no more and no less than an actual letter. Artpool Letter was a samizdat, self-published and copied underground publication circulated through and beyond the Galantai's growing network, an example of the DIY approach to how Artpool documented and preserved artistic experiments at the time. Galantai's aim, which I showed you in the first slide, to fill a gap created by the temporary absence of his imagined museum of artistic invention with spaces available periodically, led to the central importance of Artpool Periodical Space, or APS in short, as a primary method of the active archive, at least between 1979 and 84. The first of these can be tracked back to this postcard, which is on the slide and sent by French Fluxus artist Robert Filiou to Galantai, handwritten in red ink, asking him to make a poster displaying the text, telepathic music, number, without a number, Young Artist Club, Fond Remembrance, Warm Wishes, Handshakes, Robert Filiou, September 1979, and hung it at the entrance of the Young Artist Club, Budapest. And this slide shows the resulting poster that Galantai had made, hung on the wall of the Young Artists Club, and then documented it for Filiou before sending it back to him, thus kicking off a series of 14 real-time in-person events as the Artpool Periodical Space. Now, Filiou's postcards refer to an earlier work that he made with an architect, Joachim Pfeiffer, titled The Poipoidrom, a version of which they also exhibited in the Young Artists Club in 1976. The Poipoidrom was an architectural construction, a physical but at once a conceptual space thought of by Filiou as a center for permanent creation. On this slide, there are two black and white images documenting the 1976 installation in Budapest by György Fazekas. On the left, an architectural structure of square and rectangular wooden frames laid on the floor, and wooden slats and other objects, including white card photographs suspended from the ceiling, and inside the structure a moment from a performance. A young man, artist Zsigmond Károly, standing near trays of eggs piled on top of each other on the floor, with some broken, signaling an action. On the right, the audience is meandering about within the structure, having conversations and socializing. In this way, the Poipoidrom in 1976 was activated as a space for permanent creation, both by the audiences and the artists' actions, without a hierarchy between them. We could also say that the 1979 postcards, the call for action, reactivated and remediated the memory of this earlier event. In 1998, as part of Artpool's year of installation, and also as part of the exhibition which opened Artpool's first permanent exhibition space, Artpool P60, which was a cellar across the archive at the time, Galantai reconstructed the Poipoidrom from its material remains gifted by Filiou to the Young Artists Club in 1976, and then Laszlo Becker, the curator of that historical event, later deposited it into the Museum of Fine Arts. Galantai recalls finding the Poipoidrom in 1998 as a pile of wooden slats and some photos packed in a box, which anecdotally was almost disposed by the museum's cleaner as rubbish. Artpool borrowed the box from the objects from the museum and, given the lack of any instructions or drawings, reconstructed the installation from the photographs of the 1976 event from the photographs of György Fazekas. Before that, sorry. This slide shows a black and white photograph of the installation in a white-walled exhibition space with grey painted floor, showing a close reconstruction of the 1976 architectural structure, but this time with a chair positioned inside of the wooden squares, alongside various objects suspended from the ceiling and sheets of paper covering the back wall from floor to ceiling, marked and drawn upon as part of the work. Galantay invited artist István Kantor, a Hungarian-born Canadian video and performance artist, some of you might also know as a neoist and under the name Monty Hansen, and Jean-Jacques Lebel, who is a French visual artist, writer and activist, both of the artists connected to Mail Art and Fluxus networks, to reactivate the reconstructed installation, creating a telepathic reference point between Filiu's ideas and their own actions. Kantor's performance, Séance Filiu, or Filiu Séance in Hungarian, included a mesmeric industrial soundtrack made louder by his screaming, summoning the spirit of Filiu, while wearing a white coat hanger on his head as a psychic or telepathic antennae, perhaps a link to Filiu's telepathic music. And just because I don't think you can imagine it from the description, I just included a 1-minute excerpt from this performance. Love a bit of Monty Hansen. So by offering the reconstructed poipodrom as the setting for Kantor's and Lebel's performances, Galantay manifested his vision for Artpool P60 not as a white cube gallery space with object displays for contemplation, but a site for manifesting the networked and conceptual interactions at the heart of his active archive methodology. In this sense, the reactivation of the poipodrom can be read not only as a simple reconstruction of a Fluxus object, but a process of what Galantay called refunctioning or repurposing to turn Artpool P60 into a space of permanent creation. The 1998 reconstruction laid the groundwork for extended research on Filiu, disseminated through new hyperlinked web pages on the website dedicated to his work and the history of what is being called the Budapest Poipodrom, launched fittingly on Art's birthday in 1999 to connect the website back within the global artist networks. Art's birthday is itself a Fluxus event, I'm sure many of you know, an annual celebration commemorating the presence in art in our life, proposed by Filiu on his own birthday on the 17th of January in 1963, and celebrated to this day with lavish parties by artists in the network worldwide. On this slide is an image of a silver-colored metal extension ladder viewed from the front, leaning against a wall. A red metal toolbox is suspended between the ladder and the wall behind the stretch cords hanging from the third top rung. To the right of the ladder is a frame text on the wall which reads, and I just put it on the slide, "The safety and efficiency of a system is not determined by the elements it is built from, but how it is organized into a system, and by the quality and the quantity of the information that flows through it." John von Neumann. As demonstrated by this conceptual and sculptural artwork from 2004, Dimension of Knowledge, Galantay's research further developed in the 2000s as the analysis of concepts, phenomena, and situations to understand the dynamic interactions and interrelations between their constituent elements. Following the computational thinking of John von Neumann, Galantay further conceived the active archive as a system to process art as information and vice versa, and therefore as an artwork able to function as information technology. The conceptual ambition has been enhanced in practice by the continuing development of Artpool's website, which serves as a digital materialization and the extension of the active archive. Launched on the 1st of December in 1995 as the first cultural website in Hungary, Artpool.hu is the very few remaining websites, still remaining websites in operation since the beginning of the publicly accessible internet in Hungary. This slide shows a screenshot of the Artpool homepage as it was in 2021. The page has an off-white background. In the upper third, a handwritten text by Galanta is writing, "Welcome to Artpool," with the Hungarian translation directly beneath, "Üdvözöljük az Artpoolban." Separating the English and the Hungarian text is a narrow horizontal bar displaying the color spectrum. Centered below is a speaker icon, accompanied by a blue hypertext link reading Walter Marchetti. And it seems quite random. Walter Marchetti was a pioneer of concrete music, very much influenced by Cage and Fluxus, and later also a founding member of the Hajj group. And it seems quite random, but that's exactly how the active archive works. Marchetti actually contributed with the work to one of Artpool's exhibition at a time, and so it is also in Artpool's archive. So Artpool.hu does not digitize and replicate Artpool's entire physical archive, although it does contain some extensive sound and video archiving projects and indexes. As a digital preservation and research space, it focuses on furthering the archive concept through curatorial projects that reorder, reconnect, and refunction archival material with added hyperlinks to point towards other material on the web. It also draws on digitization as the basis for web adaptation or remediation, which is another mode of reactivation, to the extent that part of the website is dedicated to the Artpool Web Museum. This slide shows a single screenshot of a hand-drawn exhibition floor plan. The drawing focuses on wall length, spatial measurements, and layout proportions, indicating its function as a working document to guide exhibition design and installation planning. Of the 29 projects that are listed on the Artpool Web Museum, this is one of the most significant web adaptation, The Correspondence Art of Ray Johnson, which was an exhibition focusing particularly on Johnson's correspondence with Galanta from 1982 until the artist's death in 1995, and curated significantly simultaneously in the virtual space and physically in the Ernst Museum in Budapest in 1997. Now, Johnson was closely associated with Fluxus artists and instrumental in the development of correspondence art as a distinct art practice. A hallmark of his approach was sending simple silhouette drawings to individuals with instructions like "please send to" or "please add to" and return, thus embedding Fluxus-like activities, actions, unpredictability, and shared authorship within this work. His letter to Artpool, his first letter to Artpool, arrived in 1982, and that's the one I show you here, where he asked Galanta to forward it to an artist in Saudi Arabia. But Galanta intervened in that, and instead of forwarding this letter to the person Johnson requested, he copied and circulated it within Artpool's own network for further editions before returning it to Johnson, thus launching his Buda Ray University. Buda is a name play on where he actually lived at the time and where the Artpool archive was. And this was a playful gesture responding to Johnson's own Buddha University, itself a reincarnation of the New York Correspondence School. So these were all pseudo-institutions popping up at the time within the mail art and correspondence art network, and he intervened with them. So as a visual communication network project, the Buda Ray University resulted in 580 artists responding to 5 letters sent by Johnson and circulated by Artpool between 1982 and 88. These responses works formed one of 8 sections of the Ray Johnson exhibition at the Ernst Museum, displayed on the wall, an image of which is on this slide. The same works were also presented as part of the web adaptation of the exhibition, which also included extensions with archival and bibliographic material, memorial works made after Johnson's death, and related works from Artpool's older archive and links to other online material. And this slide shows a screenshot of a web page featuring 2 complex drawings displayed side by side. In the top, all capital red text reads "Structure of the Artpool Ray Johnson internet site," alongside a Hungarian translation. The drawing resembles intricate diagrams composed of intersecting lines, arrows, and branching connections. Importantly, on the left-hand diagram, the network structure is dominated by a large cartoon face, a silhouette from one of Johnson's letters, refunctioned here as a structuring device for the web adaptation. Its exaggeratedly long nose stretches diagonally across the composition, extending from the upper right toward the lower left, visually cutting through the schematic web of connections. This next slide shows a screenshot of the Ray Johnson webpage as the user experiences with the light blue background. Centered on the page is the cartoon drawing by Johnson, drawn in red ink on a white ground and framed by a thin black border. The image depicts the same cartoon face as on the diagram before, with the long nose extending diagonally across the composition. Along the length of the nose runs a diagonal sequence of circles added by Galantai, each containing a number from 1 to 8, which was the sections of the physical exhibition. Beneath the image sits a narrow white rectangular back bar with a black P icon on the left, which is the embedded audio element. Below this, a hyperlink appears reading The Garden of Correspondence Art and the Hungarian translation, A kapcsolatművészet kertje. The Ray Johnson website is a curated space for active archiving. It digitally preserves, reorders, and disseminates the archival material beyond the physical exhibition's duration and provides a resource for further interaction and research on Johnson's practice. Galantai considered this website a work for the internet, combining the sensation of a walk in a museum with leafing through a catalogue or studying a book. Of particular importance of this site is situating the exhibition within the hypermedia and hyperlink context of the web to facilitate what he said, the discovery and the connection of information related to Ray Johnson in the world. Freed from the physical museum's spatial and temporal boundaries, the user online experiences a less linear but still curated drift through an exhibition archive, signifying chains of association and connection transpire through the user's browsing choices, both within and beyond the online coordinates of artpool.hu, circumventing a degree of institutional curatorial authority. This slide shows the screenshot of another web page linked from that main page that I showed you before. On it, there are 2 rows of 5 equally sized portrait thumbnail graphic drawings in front of a dark grey background, between which is a line of text capitalized in white letters reading Buda Ray University, Budai Fénysugár Egyetem. So these are the 5 letters that he readapted for the website. Some sections and material are common to both the online and the offline exhibitions, but the online visitor can navigate the exhibition content from multiple entry points. Drifting through links and pages, they become increasingly disoriented and often unable to retrace their steps. The journey is sometimes interrupted by a broken link, leading to ejection from a site or to a reverse re-entry via a back bottom. Questions and decisions about which path to take and the experience of coming to the end of a line remind us that subjective perception, history, and biography are partial. No matter how detailed the research, how exhaustive the archiving, gaps in our consciousness always remain. Clearly then, Correspondence Art of Ray Johnson's microsite is far more than a documentation of an exhibition. Rather, it's a parallel exhibition logic native to the web. So the method of activation here occurs through remediation. Galantai's curatorial hypertext, which I showed you through the first page, A Garden of Correspondence Art, was written to accompany the online exhibition and explained that the internet work as the representation and demonstration of exchange is an open work. Further, he stated that to preserve the permanence of an open work is to preserve its alterability. By alterability, Galantai did not mean material manipulation of artworks, but instead the infinite possibilities of interpretation, created through the work of what he called the future artists, whose task he saw as not to create so-called works, but to construct and cultivate territories that can relate to one another. Galantai compared the online exhibition or museum to a garden, which he saw as a place for long-term cultivation of information based on wandering and finding new connections. And this slide shows a single photograph of the 2023 archival exhibition, Ray Johnson 96, Nothing, Chance and Identity, as installed in the white-walled gallery of Artpool at the Museum of Fine Art, Budapest now. Graphic and photographic works are displayed along the walls, while tables positioned at the center of the space present archival materials for close viewing. Flat-screen monitors appear among the framed works on the walls. Display of video pieces integrate moving image documentation into the exhibition environment. One could argue that Galantai's 1979 ambition for Artpool to operate as part of a museum was fulfilled in 2015, 64 years ahead of his envisioned schedule, when Artpool officially became the department of the museum before moving into current premises in 2021. However, There's a question whether the archive's ability to operate according to the original plans vis-à-vis the active archive within this new institutional setting has also been fulfilled. On this slide, you can see Galante discussing his active archive research with a group of researchers around the table covered with archival documents, and that's just a year ago. Once becoming part of the Museum of Fine Arts, ARPUL established essential conditions for the long-term material preservation of its collections. However, the transition to the museum also created some tension as the former pseudo-institution became part of a national institution, raising a significant question regarding the active archive's sustainability and legacy, particularly given the extent to which the methodology depended on the presence of its founders. While the museum facilitates ongoing digitization and public engagement with the extant archival material, as evidenced by the 2023 Ray Johnson exhibition photo, these exhibitions are not experimental, not conceptually driven by the artist and self-organizing as before. In addition, artpool.hu, the website remains active, but more of a space for documentation than an activation. And my last slide it presents a comparative table that I created for now to show ARPUL's archival ontology. On the left, I summarize what New Media Art conservator Pip Lawrenson would describe as the work-defining property of ARPUL's operation before 2021 as an integrated methodology and collection through the concept of the active archive. The archive functioned as both subject and practice, with continuous activation embedded in its operation. It was not simply a repository, but an artistic process. To borrow Sarah Callahan's general discussion of the archival turn in contemporary art, before 2021, ARPUL could be considered as an example of archive as subject, providing the basis for a conceptual artwork. Material generated through open calls was archived and used in exhibitions, which was further adapted and contextualized on the website, which in turn generated further calls and exhibitions, leading to more material and so on. Like a river, it flowed. The system was recursive. Material was generated and activated simultaneously, constantly and consciously repurposed by the artist in the present as art research. I use the term repurposing from Florian Kramer's 2014 essay, What is Post-Digital?, where he contrasts repurposing vintage media artworks with their revival, i.e. reperformance or reenactment. Repurposing describes the ongoing reuse of material within an active present. On the right, ARPUL's 2021, ARPUL After 2021 is an institutionalized collection separated from this original methodology. Aligned with the logic of museum conservation, it has become more of a repository for posterity and a resource for researchers. Here, Kramer's notion of revival become more appropriate. Material from the past activity must now be reactivated retrospectively by a curator to function as a living, but not necessarily active archive. Unlike the earlier example of the reconstructed poi poi drum, in which an artist could perform within the structure, creating a synchronous relationship across time and space, the ARPUL collection is now exhibited only as historical material for art historical research. It represents archived activity rather than generating new activity that can align historical practice with the present. In short, before 2021, ARPUL operated as an active, self-generating archival system. After 2021, it became an institutional collection, preserved, researched, and potentially retrospectively reactivated, but at least to date, no longer structurally generative and thus potentially receding into history. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Activation's Fluxus Symposium. My name is Emilie Parendeau. I'm a 45 years old white woman with brown hair, wearing glasses, a black top, and a grey cardigan. I'm an associate member of the Activating Fluxus research project. I work as an artist and doctoral student in art history in the University of Lille in France. I'm currently writing my dissertation under the supervision of Professor Eric Verhagen and on the evolution of the political, social and artistic projects developed by George Maciunas with a particular focus on the Fluxus object he produced. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker, Josephine Ellis, who will be giving a talk titled Towards an Ethics of Flux Dust. Josephine Ellis is a member of the Activating Fluxus project. She's a PhD candidate in the Studies in the Art program at the University of Bern and the Bern Academy of the Arts. Her research focuses on questions at the intersection of art history, material culture, and conservation. She completed a BA in History at the University of Durham and her MA in History of Art at University College London. Josephine, thank you for preparing today's presentation for us, and the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Emilie. For those of you online, it's the same Josephine as this morning. I already introduced myself. So let's begin. It is well established that the 20th century radically expanded what could count as artistic material, drawing everyday substances and the cultural meanings attached to them into artistic practice. Within this expanded material field, it is perhaps unsurprising that some artists turn to dust to test the limits of art's boundaries, a material that, as Monica Wagner observes, is widely regarded as occupying the lowest position within the material hierarchy. One of the earliest and most influential uses of dust as an artistic material appears in Marcel Duchamp's The Bride Stripped Bare by Her Bachelors Even, better known as The Large Glass. The slide shows two images. The first is a black and white photograph taken by Man Ray in 1920, which is a close-up of the dust that Duchamp allowed to accumulate for months on a pane of glass in his Manhattan studio, reportedly next to a sign that read, "Dust breeding, to be respected." The second image shows the large glass as it exists today. Only some of those original dust deposits were preserved in the artwork, sealing them together with materials such as oil, lead foil, lead wire, and varnish between two large glass panels. The finished structure stands tall and freestanding, resembling an oversized window or doorway set inside a metal frame. When the large glass was first exhibited in 1926 at the Brooklyn Museum, it became, in Colby Chamberlain's words, the moment when Marcel Duchamp brought dust into the museum. Fast forward to 1977, however, and Robert Filliou will show us that the dust was, in fact, already there. The slide shows a black and white film negative of Filliou leaning over an oil painting by the 18th century artist Jacques-Louis David. With a cleaning rag in hand, Filliou appears to be dusting the surface of David's portrait of Madame Racamier, a famous neoclassical painting depicting a Parisian socialite reclining gracefully in a flowing white gown on a low sofa. The scene takes place inside the Louvre and was captured by Daniel Schwery, Filliou's close friend and frequent artistic collaborator. This was not an isolated instance of dusting. Filliou is said to have dusted some 100 masterpieces across major French museums. After each intervention, he saved the used cloth, now carrying the dust of high culture, and placed it inside its own cardboard box. On the slide now are two photographs taken by myself during a visit to the Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art in Geneva that holds several of these boxes in their collection. One shows the box with the lid open and the other with the lid closed. The top of the box is printed with the title, "The Eternal Network presents Robert Filliou, Poussière de la Fête, Poussin, Echo, et Narcisse." And I'm so sorry for my French. The Eternal Network refers to also as Judit, I think gestured to a lot more eloquently and elaborately than I will do here. The eternal network refers to Filiu's conceptual framework for a diffuse ongoing field of creative exchange and permanent creation across time and space by artists and non-artists alike. The unopened box reveals a small photograph stapled to the inside of the lid. Much like the image of Filiu I just described, it documents the artist dusting yet a canonical painting. Taken together, this ensemble, the dust cloth, the photograph, and the box, is one instance in a series of multiples called poussière de poussière, or in English, the dust of dust. The phrase dust of dust might immediately recall the familiar funerary expression dust to dust, invoking the vanitas tradition in which dust symbolizes both the origin and inevitable end of all worldly things. Because of its intimate ties to decay and the passage of time, dust has long functioned as one of the most potent emblems of entropy. It signals not only the slow settling and wearing away of matter, but also the more active role of dust and its material composition, which can accelerate process of degradation on whatever surface it lands. In this sense, Filiu's dust cloth seem to remind us that all materials, even those enshrined within museum collections, tend ultimately towards dust, as matter becomes undone from any stable or enduring form. His act of dusting centuries-old masterpieces sharpens this point. Even artworks by the most celebrated geniuses, objects often invested with the strongest fantasies of permanence, will not endure forever. Filiu's subtle shift from dust to dust of dust, however, indicates that his use of dust reaches beyond a meditation on material transience, opening up a still more question about the value of the dust he collects, and that which he collects the dust from. What does it mean, for instance, to suggest that the dust of a masterpiece might be somehow proximate to, or capable of standing in equal relation to, the canonical work from which it derives? This recursive doubling of dust both elevates the status of dust and diminishes that of the masterpiece, placing their respective claims to value in mutual implication rather than clear hierarchy. Trained as an economist and well known for his playful subversions of the art world's value systems, most notably through his concept of the principle of equivalence, which very briefly collapses distinctions between the well-made, the badly made, and the not made, Filiu reportedly claimed that the dust of a masterpiece contained its aura, and that this aura could be transferred simply by using the same cloth to wipe down another surface. Returning to the title printed on the top of the box, the auratic quality of the artworks appears to reside not in some inherent essence, but exists instead as an effect, that is, something produced rather than intrinsically possessed. In this paper, I take Robert Filiu's engagement with dust, an engagement that resonates at points with Fluxus's and, in particular, George Maciunis's attraction to low-value residual and even abject materials as a starting point for unpacking how dust is mobilized in artistic practices, both historical and contemporary. I consider dust as a material and method for revealing, troubling, and reimagining what it means to conserve in an expanded and at times even experimental sense. Across these practices, dust, and specifically the different modes of framing and reframing dust at stake here, draws attention not only to the inherent instability of materials, but also to the instability of meanings that adhere to them. In doing so, I suggest, or hope to suggest, that dust offers a particularly compelling substance through which to highlight the potential role of conservation, not only in preserving objects, but also in producing meaningful cultural forms, and at the same time in questioning what counts as meaningful culture in the first place. So to clarify, my focus is not on conservation as a technical discipline or professional practice, and I don't have a background in either of these things, but as a cultural system that frames how artworks are perceived, valued, and as a result maintained. As I suggested in my opening remarks, dust is commonly understood as one of the least culturally valued materials. And this is perhaps nowhere more evident than in the museum, where dust is typically, but not always, understood by institutions as well as visitors as a sign of neglect and a lack of care or attention. The artists and artworks I consider in what follows, however, suggest that this understanding is somewhat incomplete. They build a more complex account of dust, not only as evidence of failed care, but also as a material that can expose how care itself operates by drawing boundaries around what belongs to the artwork and what does not. The earliest work associated with milieu involving dust appears in the 1960s. Roughly a decade before he began dusting museum masterpieces, a small object titled Flux Dust was issued under his name as a Fluxus edition, first announced in a 1967 iteration of the Flux newsletter. The slide shows two identical examples from the Fluxus Codex. Typical of the editions assembled by George Maciunas, Flux Dust consists of a slim, transparent casing, small enough to fit easily in your hands and designed to snap open and shut. Inside, there is a loose clump of dust. A printed label on the top of the cases features an ornate oval border encircling the words Flux Dust collected by milieu. According to the Fluxus Codex, milieu later admitted he could no longer recall the circumstances under which the edition came into being. This uncertainty is far from unusual, as has been well established. Many Fluxus editions originated as ideas raised by artists, sometimes as more proposals and sometimes casually in passing, and were then realized occasionally with considerable interpretative freedom by Maciunas. It was not uncommon for such editions to be produced without the artist's full awareness that something had been issued under their name. In milieu's case, he speculated that the idea may have emerged over a beer with Maciunas in London following the Festival of Misfits in 1962, during which he may have mentioned having gathered a small collection of hair and dust. It is perhaps not so surprising that dust and hair, which appeared as its own edition, Flux Hair, would appeal as fitting materials for Fluxus editions that so often packaged the detritus of post-war consumer society into neat, compact forms. But Flux Dust and Flux Hair share a more particular affinity, I think, through their abject organic materiality, with works such as Flux Clippings, attributed to Ken Freeman, which in some versions includes nails, calluses, and bunions, according to the Fluxus Codex, and Maciunas's Excreta Fluxorum, which famously presents a selection of animal feces. Each of these editions, Flux Hair, Flux Clippings, and the Excreta Fluxorum, is shown on the slide. All follow Maciunas's general formula of packaging and boxing, a plastic case, a printed label declaring the edition's title, and the associated artist, and the material sealed inside. And just briefly, Excreta Fluxorum stands out in particular, its packaging resembling a medical box or a specimen tray organized into multiple compartmentalized rows. These substances occupy a different register of low-value matter compared to the industrial scraps that's also found their way into Fluxus editions. Dust, hair, nails, and feces are undoubtedly more viscerally unsettling, not only because they can be shed, sloughed, and excreted directly from bodies, both human and non-human, but because they point to the body's continual breakdown and, by extension, to death. Returning to Dust of Dust, a letter from Pontus Hultin, then director of the newly opened Pompidou Centre, addressed to the Louvre's chief conservator, provides crucial context for milieu's Dust of Dust. I'm showing a copy of the letter on the slide, which appears to have been reproduced against a printed image of milieu leaning over and cleaning Duchamp's fountain, the infamous urinal signed Armat. The letter's surface is also overlaid with fibrous particles that give the impression of dust having gathered on the document itself. And I'll read out the most important part of the letter. Sperry hopes to create a boutique aberrant that will sell examples of artistic fetish objects for the profit of international organizations. Numerous artists have shown an interest in bringing their wares to his show, among them Robert Milieu, one of the Fluxus group. He would like your permission to dust the frames of a number of famous paintings in the museum. His intention is to sell, within the context of the boutique aberrant, the dust cloths accompanied by a photograph, proving that they are in fact the dust cloths that cleaned the man with a glove, the Mona Lisa, etc. The dust cloths are sold through Sperry's boutique Averant alongside works like or objects like Ben Bottier's Dirty Laundry seem especially apt in this context. Dust resonates with the tradition of the Christian relic, objects preserved for their physical contact with the holy. Indeed, some of the earliest relics are thought to have consisted of cremated ashes, gathered from the remains or burial sites of saints, materials that, without knowing its provenance, might easily be taken for ordinary dust. Scholars of relics have long been fascinated with how such unpromising matter, such as bones, dirt, and teeth amongst others, come to be so significantly charged, if the intensity of its value as objects of devotion cannot be found in the material itself. One explanation possibly lies in the function of the reliquary, traditionally understood as the container that houses a relic. Although reliquaries vary in form, they are often elaborately crafted boxes or shrines, and play a decisive role in producing and sustaining the value attributed to the relic within. In this sense, the reliquary does not merely hold the relic, but helps perform its authenticity. On the slide, I'm showing a well-known example of a reliquary that contains the crown of thorns, believed to have been worn during the crucifixion, which is a finely worked golden shrine adorned with gemstones. We might see a faint echo of this logic in Filiu's Dust of Dust, which, if only in a loose and secularized sense, produces something akin to what Cynthia Hahn describes as a reliquary effect. Taken together, the box and its furnishings, the title, the label, the stapled photograph, constitutes a structure of authentication. They perform the dust cloth's legitimacy, marking it as an object that should be kept, catalogued, and cared for in the absence of little evidence to suggest otherwise. And on the slide here, I'm showing a photograph. I just thought this was an interesting visual comparison to make between what is a clump of dirty cotton swabs used sometimes by conservators to clean paintings, which offers a kind of interesting visual analogy for Filiu's dust cloths. Yes, perhaps we can skip this. Returning to Filiu's own box, which is now back on the slide, as a structure of authentication, as Hilton mentions in his letter, the enclosed photograph of the artist dusting the masterpiece is intended to function as evidence that the cloth contains the precious particles of the dusted artwork, though whether it truly does so is another matter. As with relics whose significance hinges less on the empirical verification of their material origin than on the belief that they are what they claim to be, the photograph does not guarantee that the dust inside the box came from the painting itself. Some have even speculated that Filiu may have posed for the photographs without necessarily applying the cloth to the surface at all. In fact, on rereading Holton's letter to the Louvre's chief conservator, one notices that he is quite specific in requesting permission for Filiu only to dust the frames of the paintings. And on the slide, I'm showing a cropped version of the letter highlighting this detail. It's part of the section I read out earlier, but I'll repeat it again here for clarity. It reads, he, as in Filiu, would like your permission to dust the frames of a number of famous paintings in your museum. There might have been several reasons for this particular wording. Holton may have been reluctant to request permission to dust the paintings themselves. Sorry, one moment. There might have been several reasons for this particular wording. Holton may have been reluctant to request permission to dust the paintings themselves, knowing that a conservator would be far less likely to approve such a request. Dusting a painted surface is delicate specialist work that carries a risk of damage. At the same time, I'm yet to find a record confirming that Filiu was ever formally granted permission to do any dusting at all, so it also remains possible that he simply proceeded on his own initiative and dusted the paintings directly, acting in a somewhat irreverent and almost iconoclastic manner. If, however, we entertain the possibility that the dust on the cloths is not the dust of the painted surfaces, but rather the dust of their frames, Filiu's earlier playful remark that the cloth contains the masterpiece's aura takes on a more precise significance here. In this reading of Filiu's dusting the frame rather than the masterpiece directly, aura then does not emanate solely from the painted surface, but may also, like a relic whose value relies in part on its reliquary, arises from the frame. By frame here, I mean not only the literal frame, but also the concept of the frame in its more philosophical sense. In such an account, the frame would mark where a work begins and where it ends. In doing so, it enables the work to appear as a work at all. Yet, moreover, it occupies an intensely liminal position. It is not simply a decorative border, but a supplementary structure that is neither fully inside the work nor fully outside it. Rather, it exists beside it. The philosopher Jacques Derrida's example to explain this paradox is that simply of a picture frame. And I'm showing on the slide what's probably like quite a generic image of 5 paintings hung against a white wall. Derrida suggests that when looking at the painting, the frame seems to belong to it, visually and materially completing the work. But the moment the gaze is shifted to the surrounding wall, the frame detaches from the painting and seems to appear instead as part of the room. Filiu's physical frame, the cardboard box, is not ambiguous in itself. It does not supplement the work, but is firmly part of it. His gesture of framing, however, of collecting a masterpiece's residual dust and enclosing it within this box, plays on the aforementioned ambiguity identified in the frame, insofar as what counts as inside or outside the artwork and what becomes visible or valuable depends on the organization of our attention. By this I mean that Filiu's gesture extends beyond the literal act of boxing dust and finds an affinity with what Marie Dumais identifies in Matunis's own strategies of boxing, which, as she puts it, offers a recontextualized means to look at the things of the world. Such acts of reframing might be understood to alter the perceptual and contextual conditions under which materials can be received, while revealing the contingency and also changeability of those very conditions. In reframing dust, which is to frame it again and in turn, to a certain degree, acknowledge that the frame was never fixed in the first place, Filiu probes the instability of the broader cultural frameworks that determine what can be valued as art, as dust becomes a site of competing artistic status to the masterpiece. Or more radically still, that the dust is what grants the masterpiece its own prestige and authority. Filiu's reframing of the dust of masterpieces sets a compelling precedent for a number of contemporary artists who, in a strikingly resonant gesture, collect dust in museums as a means of similarly reorienting our perception of materials, typically excluded from aesthetic consideration. Speaking of shifting frames, they lean still more heavily into dust's possible aestheticization by radically altering the scale of perception, placing museum dust under the microscope. Sean Miller's Art Museum Dust Collection offers one such example of how dust, once magnifies, opens onto unexpectedly intricate visual worlds in which boundaries of inside and outside are rendered unstable. Beginning in 1996, the project is an expanding archive of dust samples from some 80 museums around the world, first conceived as a mail art initiative requesting employees from different museums to send in dust samples. Miller's interest in dust began during his work at the time as an exhibition technician at the Seattle Art Museum. Each week, without fail, the dust would reappear as though, in his words, an unwanted subscription, an inevitable airmail delivery of the most boring grey junk mail imaginable. One of his weekly tasks was to remove this dust from the display cases, a routine encounter that, as he recounts it, gradually became an obsession with dust's persistent return. It was a particularly striking encounter with a stray fibre from an artwork he was cleaning that prompted him to start keeping the dust he removed rather than simply wiping it away. As Miller puts it, and I'm reading here from text on the screen, the fibre represented additive and reductive sculpture simultaneously, depending on where one perceives the prime location of art. If one supposes the art resides in the mask, which is the artwork he was cleaning at the time, then the fibre obviously becomes a reductive element. However, if one reverses one's thinking and considers dust as the hypothetical site for art, the fibre becomes an additive element. In the end, I decided that the most progressive point of view was to consider the fibre as both additive and reductive sculpture, and furthermore, to perceive both the mask and the dust to be artworks in their own right. When, in 2002, intending to document the dust photographically, he decided to examine the samples under a microscope. The results came as something of a surprise. On the slide are 9 dust micrographs, each a circular window onto a sample collected from a different museum. Compared to the scale of ordinary human perception, where dust registers mostly as a dull, amorphous layer, like those evinced on Filliou's dusty cloths, these composite particles reveal unexpected colour and texture, with flecks, fibres, tiny grains clustering into these micro-landscapes. On the slide, I'm now showing a comparison of one of Filliou's dirty cloths with dust from the Louvre next to one of Miller's micrographs from the Louvre. This micrograph, as the others, read as drawn or painted marks, resembling forms associated with painterly abstraction, a resonance that Miller explicitly leans into, comparing the visual character of these micrographs to modernist abstraction. Miller even goes so far to suggest that dust may be the most beautiful material present in museums, not only because of its magnified visual qualities, but also because of the social dimensions embedded in its material makeup, which is, as he describes it, a hybridity of decaying art, the art institution, the art audience, the artists themselves, and the art administrators. Accordingly, he declares all museum dust a kind of personal ready-made. It is not only the microscope contemporary artists have turned to alter the conditions of perceiving dust. Others present dust as a more macroscopic, perhaps even monumental register. Jorge Otero Payos's ongoing series of installations, The Ethics of Dust, is perhaps exemplary here. Titled after John Ruskin's 1866 The Ethics of the Dust, a set of didactic lectures on mineralogy and crystallization, Otero Payos's project, at the opposite scale of Miller's microscopic dust samples, approaches the dust not as a minute particle per se, but as an architectural imprint that might be read as a monument in its own right. On the slide is an iteration of the installation exhibited during the 53rd Venice Art Biennale in 2009. It shows a vast translucent sheet, suspended vertically like a large scroll or curtain. Strategically lit from behind, it emits a subdued golden glow, which illuminates its dense textures and patterns, traces that echo the articulation of brickwork, their contours indeed comprised of and defined by centuries' worth of dust. This dust belongs to a section of the Doge's Palace in Venice, which had, for roughly 1,000 years, been the political and ceremonial heart of the Venetian Republic and was one of Ruskin's own obsessive touchstones for thinking through the question of dust in relation to preservation in the 19th century. As is the kind of canonical retelling of this story, against key restoration thinkers, Ruskin is known for his appreciation of what he famously celebrated as the golden stain of time, insisting that the dusty, weathered surfaces of buildings was amongst their most valuable features. Otero Payos both breaks with and maintains Ruskin's appreciation of dust. To extract the dust from the Doge's palace, Otero Paios and his team applied a conservation-grade latex directly onto the stone, allowed it to cure, and then peeled it away. In doing so, lifting the deeply embedded grime into a single continuous skin. And the slide shows Otero Paios peeling back the latex. The wall is, in a sense, cleaned, yet the historical matter is neither discarded nor kept out of sight, but in a gesture we have seen recur in different forms throughout this presentation, is preserved and represented as an artwork itself. In this respect, the cleaning performed here aligns with what Otero Paios himself calls experimental preservation, a practice of preservation that tests whether objects typically considered unworthy of preservation can be understood as valuable forms of heritage. Preservation here operates less as a safeguarding of an object in place than as a way of reassigning visibility and significance. It does so by interrupting what might be called a pre-interpretation of dust inherent to the very conventional act of cleaning that is not only shaped by preservation necessity, but also the wider cultural assumption that, almost habitually, positions dust as something that should be removed, at times regardless of whether such removal is actually necessary to safeguard their materials. By monumentalizing what is normally wiped away and then by monumentalizing what is normally wiped away and then, if only momentarily, forgotten, Otero Paios renders that pre-interpretative default nearly legible, demonstrating how preservation does not merely respond to already existing values, but can actively participate in producing them by continuing to reinforce the conventions of what can and cannot be perceived. Accordingly, Otero Paios describes preservation as the organization of attention. In his understanding, then, preservation is not only a technical practice, but also a perceptual one, directing attention towards certain material features and distracting from others. It functions, in this sense, we could say, as a mode of framing, and experimental preservation, then, might be understood as a mode of reframing. But the ethics of dust, which I've now put back on the slide, in the iteration of the Doge's Palace slice of the wall, also subjects that framing and reframing to experimental reversal. Dust is not simply an object of preservation here, it also becomes the means through which preservation itself might be reframed. For reasons why dust might have seemed particularly attractive to Fellerstrasse and likewise, or similarly Miller in the museum context, dust is especially apt material to reveal the normative conditions of preservation. Because of its inherently ambiguous, formless status, never quite fully inside or outside of anything, and always an indeterminate aggregate of particles, dust cannot be addressed through neutral upkeep alone. Any decision to remove, retain, or reinterpret it draws specific boundaries about what belongs to a work and what does not. And in doing so, dust brings those boundary-making decisions into view to be scrutinized along with the wider contemporary culture that informs them. And I'd like to conclude with a final image that I think further attests to this point. We return again to the conservator's humble cotton swab. The slide shows an image of a conservation treatment in process. A gloved hand uses a small swab to work carefully on the surface of a large painted object. It's very much a scene of precision and technical attention, and the glove itself is not only a safety measure, but also a powerful metaphor like the emblem of a lab coat. But, and as Fernando Dominguez Rubio reminds us, this scene is also far more complex than this reading. In fact, he describes each swipe back and forth of the conservator's cotton swab as a kind of manual metaphysics, in which active decisions are made between where the boundaries of art and dirt lie. And so, returning to Fellerstrasse's own provocation, we might tentatively ask, what is the difference between dust and a masterpiece? Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Josephine, for this stimulating presentation. I think there's a lot to do, question raising, and thinking about continuum. We just can imagine conservation actors like looking into dust on the dust of dust and trying to figure out which dust is the original, or we can imagine that. Thanks to Filio. Maybe one question first from me, and maybe I can open up for a second question. At the end, did you figure out where the dust come from, the Filio's one, from the masterpiece, or did you figure it out? I think it's the question.
Yes, thank you, Emilie, for that question. I also, when I noticed Melanie and Felicia in this room, I remembered that when we went to the Museum Abteiberg a few years ago now, that those boxes were also on display. And maybe you have an answer to this question, because I do not. Actually, when I first went to the museum in Geneva, one of the first questions that the collection staff asked me was whether I knew whether the dust was real or not, or like really the masterpieces. And we were joking that maybe he could have very well wiped the floor or a table or any random object. And actually looking at it, I don't know if it's quite visible on the slide, but I was also thinking at the time, if it was originally the masterpiece's dust, then possibly it's not just that dust anymore. Like I don't know if you can see it on that photo, but I really noticed it when it was sat right in front of me, that the cardboard is kind of, there's these like fibers on the cardboard, and they had shed onto the cloth itself, which is also like the frame is kind of decaying as well. And actually I didn't include any of these in the presentation, but they shared with me some exhibition installation photos where the cloths were actually displayed, taken out of, inside a vitrine, but were displayed taken outside of the box and just kind of laid out like that. And then also a more recent exhibition where the boxes were open, so one can imagine more random particles went inside. But I think that it's like ambiguity. It speaks even more so to maybe a dependency on those structures of authentication. And it's interesting too that we have these conversations about, okay, what is really this dust? But it's so and nevertheless, because it is an artwork, and museums have these obligations that it's so well preserved and packaged, and so nicely so, and I must wear gloves, for example, and not to touch the cloth itself. So it's a playful, and it's like a nice not knowing, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Would someone add a question?
Thanks. It was absolutely wonderful. And I just thinking still about the difference between dusting the painting and dusting the frame. And so I was wondering about the dust on your screen. Or what about the dust that accumulates maybe on your computer screen, because computers attract dust, screens. They think it's electrostatic, and they get covered in it very quickly. And so imagine you have an image of a masterpiece on your screen, and it's covered in dust, and you wipe the screen so you can better see it. What difference does that make? Or suppose that you have an old photograph of your ancestors, and you dust the photograph. What difference does it make that you're dusting a photographic plate or a screen rather than a painted canvas?
I think that's a great way to end the... No, I'm joking. I don't know that for me to emphasize that he was dusting the frame, for example, was very much a way to... Okay, I'll talk you through my thought process. So initially, when he dusts the artwork, he says that the aura is located in the dust itself. So there's a transference from the painting to the dust, but also that, like conversely, there's an implication there that the painting is what's auratic, and yeah, it's this playful gesture where you can remove it. But then instead of like staying with this notion that the dust is what contains the aura, if it's not the painting that's dusted, but instead the frame, then that relocates the aura to the framing. And for me, that was maybe like a conceptual move to make this shift from the fact that, okay, yes, artworks are inherently valuable, but they also depend on all of these structures around it as well. So that was the kind of what I was aiming to do. But to answer your question, yeah, I don't know that that answers your question more very specifically, but yeah, I guess there's also, I don't know, when you're talking about, for example, the layers of, like if there's a layer of, yeah, I don't know, I'm sorry, that's it.
Oh, sorry. Question for the round table, right? Thank you. Thank you, Josephine.
Thank you, Emilie. Oh, sorry. I think we now have a 20 minutes break, and we will have a short book presentation. Just give me a few minutes to set up the table and maybe take a water, and yeah, but please join us outside for that. Yeah. I will just. Hi everyone. This is Josephine again. Thank you so much also again for being with us here today. And I'll just be giving a very quick just be giving a very quick book presentation, also on behalf of my co-editors, Hanna Hölling and Aga Wielocha. So the book Activating Fluxus, Expanding Conservation emerges from the 4-year research project Activating Fluxus, funded by the Swiss National Science Foundation and based at the Bern Academy of the Arts. First of all, we're so very hugely grateful to all of the authors who contributed to this volume, and a space to name them and honor them here. So many thanks to Kit Brooks, Marcus Gosselt, Natilee Harren, Johannes M. Hedinger, Hanna B. Higgins, Maggie Heyer, Rasmus Hombo, Daniel Johnson, Magnus Kaslov, Sally Kawamura, Kate Lewis, Emilie Parendeau, Patrizia Peterlini, Peter Alexic, and Imbal Strauss. The book exists because of their generosity and their willingness to engage in dialogue and their care in thinking through Fluxus from so many different angles and disciplines. We'd also like to extend a very special thanks to the artists who were directly involved in the making of this book and who we had the privilege of speaking with, often through long and very enriching conversations on Zoom. And that's Eric Anderson, Bengt Afklintberg, Philip Korner, and Miyako Shiomi. And of course, we are especially grateful to the 2 artists who we spoke with over Zoom and who contributed to the book and who are with us today in person. So hello, Anne Noel and Ken Friedman. Thank you very much for being with us here today. And we also wanted to take a moment to recognize the artists who we were obviously not able to speak with, and as Hannah mentioned, that sadly passed away during the course of this project. And yeah, it's important to note that one of these artists who passed away, Ben Boitier, has a voice in this book through an excerpt from his artistic newsletters. So, Activating Fluxus, Expanding Conservation is the first book to focus explicitly on the care and preservation of Fluxus works. Moving beyond conventional object-based approaches, this interdisciplinary volume brings together artists, scholars, conservators, and curators from diverse cultural and theoretical perspectives. Together, they explore how the ephemeral, participatory, and intermedial forms of Fluxus demand an expanded vision of conservation grounded in activation. Rather than treating Fluxus as something to be fixed or stabilized, it reimagines the afterlife of Fluxus by positioning conservation as an evolving, interpretative, and generative practice. Formally, the book works across several different modes of writing and practices. Alongside longer theoretical essays, there are also much shorter, more hands-on contributions. We think of these as a part of an activation toolkit, pieces that report on specific artworks, exhibitions, or conservation situations, and show how activation happens in practice. In addition to the essays and case studies, the book also includes artistic interventions in other forms, such as the conversational chapters with artists, a visual account of artistic activation, and an extended excerpt drawn from artistic newsletters, which I mentioned already. The book is available in hardcover and can be purchased through the Taylor and Francis website. At the moment, if you're purchasing online, there's a 20% discount, and you can find, I believe, further links and details on our website online. But if you're here with us today, the book is also available on site at a 40% discounted price. And I think most importantly, the book is available open access online, so it can also be freely read and shared. But it's also really nice to hold a book. Many of the authors are here today, so please do feel free to talk to them during the break. I see Natalie right here, for example, not to put you on the spot. And if any of them would like to pick up the microphone or speak where I am now and say a few words about their chapter, then you're very welcome to do so. Also, Anne and Ken, you're more than welcome to. So yes, otherwise I'll leave you all to your coffee break, which you can of course use to flip through these books, and just come to me if you'd like to purchase a copy. And I'll see you all after the break. Okay. So welcome back everyone from the break. This is Josephine again. I now have the pleasure to introduce Natasha Lushetich, who is a professor of contemporary art, media and theory at the University of Dundee, Scotland. Her research is interdisciplinary and focuses on global art and the status of sensory experience in cultural knowledge, critical media, complexity, structure and infrastructure. Her books include Fluxus, The Practice of Non-Duality, Interdisciplinary Performance, The Aesthetics of Necropolitics, Beyond Mind, Big Data, A New Medium, Distributed Perception, Resonances and Axiologies, and Contingency and Plasticity in Everyday Technologies. Over to you, Natasha.
Okay, that's great. Thanks very much. Just put the mic on. Thank you, Josephine, and many thanks also to Hanna and to Aga for organising this wonderful event. I'm very much looking forward to tomorrow as well. So I have to say that my talk is not about conservation. It's about a different kind of activation, which I believe that Fluxus provides. I've been working on artistic methods, for example, iteration or artography or deep mapping or cross-medial matrixing as a form of thought. This is not to say that these methods can be formalized, turned into a formula and communicated in that way. It simply means that they can be used in other fields. So what you will hear about Fluxus today is also part of that larger, if you like, project. I will just introduce myself, not introduce myself, but describe myself. So I'm a middle-aged Caucasian woman. I'm wearing a blue suit and a white and blue shirt, and very soon I will put red glasses on. So I would like to open with, well, basically how I see Fluxus. I'll paraphrase Larry Miller. Fluxus is about folding and refolding reality. That's what the work does. And you could also relate it to many other influences. I will only mention one, for example, Marcel Duchamp, and his idea of n+ dimensions. So looking at Einstein's work, Duchamp says it's obvious that we have 4 dimensions. If we have 4 dimensions, it's quite possible to think that we have 5, 6, 7, 8, and so on, right? You just need to know how to get there. So I see Fluxus as a method. And in this talk today, I will go through three method-related movements, and they are contradiction and non sequiturs, collapsing scales of magnitude, and algorithmization. This does not refer to the way we normally understand algorithms, and I'll explain that when I come to it. So to open, I would like you to consider the following statements or perhaps questions. I'll explain what they are in a second, but if you could spend just a first, say, 30, 60 seconds thinking about these statements or questions. What was your original face before your mother and father were born? What was your original face before your mother and father were born? Did it, or does it, in your mind, bear any similarity with the face that you see in the bathroom mirror every morning? Do you think that you would need to look at all of your ancestors to get a sense of what that may have looked like? Do you think that you need to look at all kinds of environmental pressures, such as famine or disasters, to understand how epigenetics, so events that happen in life, may have influenced the genetic makeup of your ancestors? And what, by the way, is the meaning of this word original? What does that mean? Do we fix a point of origin? Do we say, for convenience, let's show that this started then? Right? Okay, the second one. With your throat, mouth, and lips shut, how will you speak? How will you speak if you have no means or organs of speech? But as we know from philosophers like Spinoza, no one can say what a body can do. So if you don't have a throat, you don't have a mouth, you have no lips, why shouldn't you be able to speak? We know that that happens. Are we speaking something else? Is speaking saying things that have existed and have been around for a long time? And when you speak, who speaks with you or through you? Is it your culture? Is it your ancestors? Is it your education? Is it the place where you were born or raised? Who or what speaks through you? And how should we understand speaking? And finally, the third one, I'm sure you've heard this before. What is the sound of one hand clapping? What is the sound of one hand clapping? Is it a sound? Is it silence? According to John Cage, there is no such thing as silence. And his trip to the anechoic chamber at Harvard. Because even when you eliminate absolutely every single sound, you can still hear the sound of your blood circulating around your body and various other functions of the somatic part of the body. So what is the sound of one hand clapping? Is it a sound or is it silence? Should we say that silence is sound and vice versa? As you may have guessed, the purpose of these questions or koans is not to find an answer. Although I did hear a very interesting answer to what is the sound of one hand clapping. It's slapping someone else. That is the sound of one hand clapping. But the purpose obviously is not to find an answer. It is to sort of understand how contradictions, so A is A, it's also not A, it's A, by which I mean AA in the sense of irrational. So something is neither rational nor irrational, it is irrational, right? So we could also see that the koan is a structurator, if you like, or something that helps us understand how we can keep the thesis and another thesis, or the thesis and antithesis, in tension. Derived from the Chinese kung an, which originally meant a legal case without a precedent, the koan refers to the practitioner's experiential realization of the question or notion, such as the eastern hill keeps running on the water. The work of the koan, also called kan-na, where kan means viewing and na means topic, is a form of existential or concrete thinking, which differs from discursive thinking not only because it's rooted in the performative experience triggered by the koan, but also because it's completely asequential. Like the koan, the event score, and I will give you an example of an event score, there are many more. So event scores are scores that score events, rely on a linguistic function called description instruction. Both the koan and the event score is descriptive in the sense that it communicates from the state of consciousness they have either created or helped to create. And this state of consciousness is that of category subversion, where the dualistic paradigm, such as the polar opposition between priority and posteriority, means and ends, sounds and silence, is overcome. They're instructive because they seek to trigger a similar state of consciousness in the practitioner's or percipient interactant's practice or mind. In other words, the event score is not the koan because of a formal similarity, such as the austerity of means or the enigmatic form, but because of its perpetual movement or structuration, which consists of intentional and unintentional contemplation. Intentional contemplation breaks the koan, like the event score, for the purpose of detail, respiratory, muscular, or sensorial savoring, which impregnates the body-mind with a single thought impulse. This is accompanied by time-released or non-intentional practice, in inverted commas, which could be compared to the process of fermentation. Even when intentional absorption is broken off for, say, days, weeks, or months, the residual working continues, and this is why the realization of the koan, essentially a different form of receptivity to the world, often occurs outside of intentional practice. So at first glance, looking at Robert Watt's rain event, the structuring activity in rain event is that of culture and nature, different and deferred. Now, the two poles are presented as a juxtaposition of the acculturated notion of an event as a four-dimensional occurrence whose taking place can be anticipated, and the unacculturated notion of the future as non-anticipatable and non-programmable, or, in French, le futur, the foreseeable and programmable pattern of repetition and l'avenir. While le futur is programmed to come, and can be influenced by human behavior, such as the act of subscribing to a magazine, for example, l'avenir surpasses human understanding and thus also programmability, such as rain. In this sense, l'avenir could be said to operate in a different category, that of nature, and le futur in another category, that of culture. However, it is possible to perform the act of subscribing to a rain event, which may seem absurd, but only from the point of view of a definitive difference between these two opposing poles, nature and culture. In many indigenous cultures, such as that of the Navajo Indians, it is possible to come close to subscribing to a rain event by performing rituals whose performance efficacy it is aimed at creating what might be called a contractual, this is not how the word that they use, this is my word, bond with the forces in question. Now, seen from this point of view, it is through the process of acculturation that l'avenir becomes le futur, a structuring process which reveals that notions such as nature, culture, accident, purpose, and so on are perspectively construed, and that both practice and performance play a very important reiterative role in the constitution of concepts. So if you take someone like Niels Bohr, the quantum physicist from the first half of the last century, his definition of what a concept is it's a material arrangement. So it is not a thing that exists in people's heads, it's a material arrangement. Now, seen from this point of view, we also recognize, of course, that a rain event operates with a kind of joke-like category subversion. And this is quite important in this sort of thinking, because the most basic joke structure consists of a premise and antithesis. And I'll use a bad joke so that you can see the form better. If I say something like this, I'm vegetarian, I like my vegetables with beef. What I'm really doing is simply subverting in the third sentence the thesis introduced in the first and the second one. And the space-time in which human beings react with laughter is the zone of potentiality. So if we remove laughter, what we are left with is a different zone rather than other than the kind of currently operative reality. And this is where we go back to Fluxus with this sort of folding and refolding of reality. Not because that is what they do, of course, that is what they do, but because of the possibility and potentiality, which are not the same, that this reveals. I'll move on. I'll use very few scores. There are many more examples that I could use here. Another thinking function that the event score performs is resistance to sublation by a higher category, because it transcends the system of binary oppositions without imposing a unifying function, as can be seen from this score, which both collapses the concrete and the abstract, because you could read it as empty vessel. Now that you've emptied the vessel is empty. But in order for the vessel to be a vessel, it has to be empty. Otherwise, it can't contain anything. So it has to be empty. So we need to go back to this cycle and make sure that the vessel is empty. Otherwise, it is not, and so on, right? So what you see there is that you are using both the abstract notion of vessel and the very concrete, this vessel is full, it is not empty, right? This is another function of the score. Now, the reason for this, and this is very much in tune with many of the Fluxus artists' work, is because creation doesn't mean that being arises from non-being. Creating, in this sense, would be accidental or arbitrary, nor does it mean that being arises from being either, because creation, in that sense, is merely a necessary result of a form or a form of causal determinism. Creation entails that the world expresses itself within itself. And the word world here doesn't refer to that which stands over against the self, but rather a self-transforming matrix. Just like expression doesn't refer to the outward showing of an inner core, but to the structure of mutual revealment of self and other. And other is things, being, creatures, and so on. So contradictory thinking and non sequitur thinking has no organizational gravity. It bypasses both the deterministic worldview, which prioritizes the past over the future, and objectivity over subjectivity, and the teleological worldview, which prioritizes the future over the past and subjectivity over objectivity. Instead, the emphasis is on the present moment as a dynamically tensional structure in which co-determination occurs amidst the continuity of discontinuity, given that there always remains something unchanging in change. So interexpression, in this case, is a state of reciprocity in which there is no positionality, a state which transcends the boundaries of individual consciousness to include non-conscious regions, which is key for this sort of paraconsistent logic, for this sort of contradictory thinking. I should also mention that the present moment here is not isolated from everything else. It is present in the sense that it is the eternal now of, say, Saint Augustine and people like Nishida and so on. I can say a little bit more about this later. For the moment, I will move on. Okay, so movement number 2, collapse of orders of magnitude. Although the world is movement and action, the fabric of becoming is woven of the imperceptible traces of past events, things, and beings. Our perception of the world is the product of previous marks and memories, our own and those of other creatures, people, and elements. The imperceptible environmental, material, and social writing constitutes perception pre-perceptually. However, just like the ear cannot hear itself by itself, perception cannot perceive itself pre-perceptually at that pre-perceptual level. But that doesn't mean that the writing ever stops, because nothing that has ever existed can be completely erased. Everything is always present, even only to an infinitesimally small degree, in which case it is present by being absent. So at the tectonic and the finite, say human level, there is biological, material, and social synchrony. This is not to say that everything is always synchronized. That's not what I'm saying here. But that there are moments of synchrony. Now, if you look at Ono's piece here, it may strike you at first, and this is certainly what the score is, as a very poetic score, as a very poetic way of looking at stones and at perception. However, understanding how stones, you could even say, breathe, is something that Japanese gardeners do on a daily basis. So in order to understand how to design a Japanese garden, you need to sleep and spend some time in the garden. You need to sleep there for at least 3 days and 3 nights. So there is this understanding which is sensorial. That is certainly part of that perception that this score indicates or scores. However, there is also something else, and that is the sound of stone aging. Of course, again, this is cross-perceptual in the sense that it's using different parts of the sensorium that you would not normally associate with this kind of thing. But what I'm more interested in is this difference between the duration of stones and their aging, because deep time is not it is not clock time in the sense that nothing ever happens. Of course, there is duration, like the Bergsonian duration that was mentioned earlier this morning. So what is happening here is that a smaller action of a temporal being, finite being, that will live, say, up to 100 years perhaps, of perceiving and processing in some way, whether you call it thinking or something else, it could also be called perception, the duration and existence of something that is much larger and much longer than itself. From the flash of collapsing stars to the silence that follows an earthquake, the universe obeys a quiet rule of constantly varying orders of magnitude. Movement or collapse is not a specific point in time, but a continuous crumbling of nested and buffered architectures, emergent or ossified. Now, when buffers move, their movement affects interdependent relations reflecting the topology of erased information. And this is about information. Different orders of magnitude have different deep architectures, understood as systems that preserve and propagate information in a way that is layered, fractal, and interdependent. The human brain, for example, is one of the often used examples of a system operating at the very threshold where minute changes trigger large-scale cascades and the system becomes maximally adaptive and information-rich. Neuronal avalanches, for instance, bursts of activity that cascade through the brain's networks and perturbations are perturbations in buffered structures where activity spills across the cortex, then rapidly reboots into new configurations. So on this view, consciousness is dynamic equilibrium at the brink of movement or collapse. Now, orders of magnitude could thus be seen as deeper patterns that come into view when erased structures encode the non-manifest logic of mutual information. So the threshold, the criticality threshold, is a state, as we know, between order and disorder or chaos. However, it also has optimal adaptability and very rich dynamics. I will try and explain this also on another example, which is Takako Saito's smell chess. And this is these are very different orders of magnitude. They're symbolic. So chess, as it's usually played on a checkered board with 64 squares arranged in an 8x8 grid with 16 pieces whose mutual relationship is that of extreme hierarchy, ranging from the king, the queen, the 2 rooks, and 2 knights to 8 pawns, is a game whose object, to checkmate the opponent's king, is carried out through a series of strategic, you could almost say mathematical or mathematically logical maneuvers. The hierarchy of the pieces is indicated by the shape, size, position on the board, and assigned directionality of movement. Whilst following the same rules, Saito's smell chest is made of identically shaped transparent vials filled with different spices and a board. This was the initial, there have been many versions, as many of you know, of transparent plastic. Now, the white pawns contain the smell of cinnamon. This was one of the versions. White rooks, for example, of nutmeg. White knights of ginger. The white kin is cardamom. Black knights of turmeric. Black bishop cumin, and so on. What this piece does is it denies hierarchical manageability based on the symbolic magnitude, proposing in its place smell as a guiding principle, which, contrarily to the game's purpose, erases discrete spatial units and confuses boundaries. Of course, once 3 or 4 or more vials have been opened, their respective smells fuse and hang in the air, creating a continuum which makes it next to impossible to identify the figures, decide on the position they should occupy on the board, or even remember their previous positions, thus collapsing symbolic orders of magnitude. But the purpose here, and the point here, is not collapse, it's not change. It's the fact that these movements, these thinking movements reveal the deeper architecture, the deeper patterns that can then be used. Because smell doesn't just create confusion. We know how smell activates human memory. The moment we smell that we sort of used to smell on a daily basis when we were 4 years old, we're catapulted to that moment. And the same happens with sound. But what if we didn't think in terms of human memory? What if we thought of the memory of the world? So instead of humans remembering things, what if we use phrases like, does water remember us? Does air remember us, right? So how are these orders of magnitude? Not only, we know very well that water doesn't boil at 100 degrees in places like Machu Picchu, right? So it is not this sort of a smooth progression from 1 to 10 to 100 and so on. But it is, in fact, how to find those deeper patterns which many of the Fluxus works do or point to. Movement number 3, algorithmization. Algorithms are emergent phenomena. So the word is a Latinized version of Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi's name, who in 830 AD authored the Book of Calculation by Completion and Balancing. However, contrary to widespread belief, this book is not a mathematical textbook, but a summary of practices as diverse as geometric approximation techniques and games. Millennia before mathematics arose as a discipline, ancient civilizations marked territories, rocks, and soil, as well as human bodies through techniques such as incising and carving. Algorithms were here codified rituals. In the Middle Ages, there were heterogeneous methods used for predictive operations. Today, they are automated computerized procedures, but should not be seen as abstract mathematical ideas imposed on concrete data, but rather as emergent diagrams contingent on repetition and the processual organization of space-time objects and actions. This emergent quality, the emergent quality of algorithms, corresponds to operational performance efficacy, the capacity of performed action to actualize that which it suggests. Any action performed in a particular spatial and temporal order with a non-random use of objects has the power of tradition. Whether performed for the first time or the thousandth, when ordered and recorded and or witnessed, it has the aura of tradition, as any aspect of life or behavior may lend itself to ritualization. Operational performance efficacy differs from doctrinal performance efficacy, which operates in an explicit manner by postulating a cosmic order affecting the spirit world and demonstrating the validity. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm sorry? No. Could I describe the image on the slide? I've already moved past this image. Can I describe it later? Is that okay? Because we're now in a slightly different... Sorry about that. I will describe it. So operational performance efficacy differs from doctrinal performance efficacy, which operates in an explicit manner by postulating a cosmic order affecting the spirit world and demonstrating the validity of the explanation it offers, in that it doesn't emanate from content, but rather from form. It emanates from spatial and temporal ordering and repeatability, which suggests past repetitions and thus also truth, if truth is seen as a temporal and experiential category, as the stability of basic assumptions. Now, we find this tendency in several, if not many, fluxus intermedia in scores such as Bengt af Klintberg, scores that you can see here: eat an orange as if it were an apple, hold it unpeeled between forefinger, middle finger and thumb, bite big mouthfuls, and so on. So in other words, this is a recipe. It is a recipe for performing a very ordinary actions that most of us perform on a daily or a weekly basis. Flux sports, for example, which is a generic name for a variety of athletic disciplines and ball games, such as Larry Miller's 100-yard run, in which runners proceed to the 50th yard by taking 3 steps forward and 2 steps backwards, and from the 50th yard mark 3 steps backwards and 2 steps forward. Bitchy Hendricks' stilt soccer, which is soccer played on stilts, and George Maciunas' team ski run, in which 4 runners have their left foot tied to one ski-like board and the right foot to another, or what you can see, the flux sport that you can see on this slide is prepared ping pong. Although all are games in the sense that they consist of a set of rules by which the players agree to abide for the duration of the game, they structurally reconfigure the relationship inherent in the game by altering the relation of ludus, which is usually rule-based, and paideia, which is pure improvisation, and thus also of structure and chance, as can be seen from prepared ping pong, which is a reference to Cage's prepared piano, and consists of prepared tables with huge holes, as you can see there, or geometrically cut out shapes in the middle, and prepared paddles. These range from the hole in the center, concave to convex paddles, and also soft-surfaced, corrugated, or even can of water paddles. Now, the concretism introduced into the operative game elements, the tables and the paddles, dissolves both the field doxa, how a game should be played, and the field boundaries. The latter are dissolved insofar as playing with a can of water paddle, for example, makes not only for spilt water and a slippery running surface, but also for a playing area at least 3 times bigger than that used in conventional table tennis. The player's relationship to the field, as well as field doxa, is radically changed because the new factors demand a reconfiguration of the player's proprioceptive ability, which is the body's sense of balance, to tell apart the designated object from its context, otherwise also termed field independence. That which helps us play conventional table tennis is a clear recognition of the relevant or operative perceived objects on the one hand, so that would be the ball, the paddle, the table, the net, and so on, and the context or the background on the other. When we see a table tennis ball coming our way, we position the paddle in the same way that we would position our hand if we didn't have a paddle. The obvious advantage of the paddle over using a hand is the flatness and hardness of the surface, but in essence the paddle is an extension of the hand. When playing on a slippery floor and continually struggling to maintain the upright position, as well as playing with a paddle that is an obstacle rather than an extension of the player's hand, all sense of field independence is lost. So the hierarchical differentiation between foreground and background, between the relevant and the irrelevant, is obliterated because the convex surface of the paddle, the ball, the can of water, the table with a hole in it, and so on, including the slippery floor and the player's efforts to hit the ball, are all equally relevant and equally thematized. Now, in this sense, of course, prepared ping-pong operates as a dynamic extension of many other pieces, such as Cage's 4-3-3, which instead of engaging the percipient in a receptive appreciation of the usually unthematized background, engages the player in an active performative relationship with it. Regardless of whether the players cooperate creatively to invent new rules in order to accommodate for the emergence of new and unpredictable elements, or proceed without a matrix and simply improvise, they're involved in the process of forging new relational coordinates, as well as creating a recipe for a particular action. So this is something that can be applied, and the Fluxus artists have certainly done that, to many, many areas of everyday life. So to summarize, there is a form of reasoning that works with contradiction and non sequiturs. There is a form of perceiving that includes moving or collapsing orders of magnitude. And then there is a form of refraining. This is the expression that Guattari and Deleuze and Guattari like to use. However, where algorithms, which are essentially recipes, go beyond refraining, is that they gamify, if you like, the interactional potential that is inherent in any given situation. So I have gone through these movements in this particular order. The order could have been very different, of course. The way you sort of arrange these things may give or place an emphasis on either priority or posteriority or various other elements, means, ends, and so on. But the essential, the point, if you like, is that they're inter-expressive, and that they provide a way of understanding one's environment, whether one's immediate environment or whether one's historical background, even cultural, and so on, as a form of swarming, as a form of something that might turn into a form of organization at a particular moment through a form of duration. And the reason why these three ways of thinking, this is obviously practical thinking, somatic, environmental, and so on, are relevant because what we see or hear very often today, living in what is usually called a historical moment of polycrisis, and polycrisis stands for three or more simultaneous crises that irreversibly threaten to irreversibly degrade humanity's and the planet's prospects, is that we very often hear about navigation and we hear about improvisation, as if navigation and improvisation were givens, right? What these works do, and many more, of course I have used only a few, because I wanted to not focus on the many more works that could be used in this context, but rather on the operation, on what they actually do, creates a form of thinking that is applicable to other situations as well as everyday life. So I would say that in terms of the conceptual, not only legacy, but also applicability of Fluxus, some of these methods, and of course there are more, these are not the only ones, would be the ones that could contribute to an endeavor to find new ways of approaching the current crisis. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Natasha, for that wonderful presentation. I think we have 4 minutes or a minute for... I do have a question. It's quite a long one. So if someone wants to jump in very quickly with one first, or to fill this... Okay. So maybe I can try and shorten it, but I thought it was so interesting to think about how to hold contradictions and productive tension with each other, which also perhaps opens onto other ways of thinking beyond maybe Western paradigms of thinking, and certainly like binary forms of thinking. And I was thinking, whilst you were talking specifically about the ship of Theseus, which, like off the top of my head, is this kind of, maybe you're familiar with it and I'm over-explaining, but for everyone else, this like paradoxical question of, like, is a ship the same ship if it assumes the same form but is comprised entirely of different planks? And I was reading somewhere that like in maybe other cultural approaches to this question, it's not interesting to ask like whether yes it is the same ship or no it's a different ship, but actually it's a question of like yes and no. It's yes it's the same ship and no yes. But like at the flip side of that, I was also thinking about how maybe in like conventional museum conservation that they aren't necessarily afforded the like capacity to think in these like contradictory terms. So like my question to you would be, what would you say to this conservator? And like I know you said you're not considering activation from the perspective of conservation necessarily, but I think that also makes your answer all the more interesting, because we're also interested in how like non-conservators think about activation. So you can be as outlandish as you want in your answer.
Okay, that's great. Thanks a lot. This is a great question. Yeah, the Theseus, the ship of Theseus. So the ship of Theseus sails and goes to many ports, and then it has many or all of its parts replaced, and the argument is basically, is it the same ship or is it a very different ship? So we need this, not that we need this specific debate whether something is the same or different, okay? So identity does come from a specific heritage, and it is a Western obsession, if you like, in that kind of philosophical sense of the word. But at the same time, it is an organizing principle. So my question here is, how do we find these other organizing principles, right? Because we're living with massification, okay? Everyone is swamped with tons of things and all sorts of things, right? So humans do need, we are temporal beings and we are finite beings. So we need a way to process these avalanches of all kinds of events and things and so on, right? So it is important to both say, and this is in the spirit of Fluxus, to both say, identity is not what we are looking at, and say, yes, but identity is useful as a non-identity, okay? In the sense of, this is why contradiction is important. Not so that you would create an impasse, right? So it's not like, oh, well, then we don't have anywhere, that's it, we're stuck here in this space of contradiction. It is not. Contradiction is also a form of friction, which resolves this situation through time duration, which is not equal, obviously, will find itself, we find a best solution, yeah? And it's very important to approach it with also these different, with these ideas. So yeah, this is a very important concept, but that's why I'm looking at that as a kind of forms of, as an organizing principle that you can also see and understand, not in this very formalized kind of language, right? Whether it's a formula or whether it's a kind of a logic, yeah, but in a way that is at the same time deeply philosophical, which is what Fluxus work is. However, something that I did not mention, and thank you for that question, is that Fluxus, historical Fluxus, right, happened at a very different time, right? We are living in the post-end of the future, so-called end of the future. I'm quoting Mark Fisher here, times. And I think that these organizational principles had a very different value of values then than they do now. At that point, they were saying, and as you know yourself and everyone or many people here, the significant portion of Fluxus, not only artists, but also activities and also ways of thinking did have a lot to do with the various Asian forms of thought. And that is very important because they come from a very, very different place. But I would say that today, the importance of that thinking is kind of somewhere else than it was, say, in the 1960s, 70s, and so on.
Thank you so much for that answer. Yes, we'll clap now.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for having me here as well. It is my pleasure to introduce my dear research colleague Aga Wielocha. And before I do that, I would like to introduce and describe myself quickly or shortly. My appearance, I'm a white female, blonde, about 175 meters height. I'm in my 50s, and I'm dressed in all black, and I wear glasses. And I'm one of the associated researchers in Activating Fluxus. So I'm an art historian, curator and writer, as well as engaged in Artist at Risk. And I've been the director of the Nassauische Kunstverein in Wiesbaden, the legendary birthplace of Fluxus in 1962. While running the Wiesbaden Center of Contemporary Art in my curator practice, I was, and I'm still are, mainly interested in possibilities of activating and continuing the Fluxus legacy of Wiesbaden, and while transmitting it, the legacy into contemporarity and comprehensible meaning. I've been a founding member of the Fluxus Friends of Wiesbaden, and I also initiated the Wiesbaden scholarship program called Follow Fluxus, Fluxus and its followers. It's hard to translate. Being in Wiesbaden, I've been a very close friend of Benjamin Patterson, who lived in Wiesbaden until his passing in 2016. And this put me into the position of transferring his score for his documenta work for Athens and Kassel in 2017, where you can hear details about this in Aga Wielocha's Fluxus Radio. So coming over to Aga. Aga is a researcher and a collection care professional specialized in contemporary art. So this is one part what connects us very well. And as you all already know, she's currently a postdoctoral fellow in the research project Activating Fluxus in the Institute of Materiality and Art and Culture in Bern Academy, right here. Previously, she worked as a conservator in the M+ Museum of Visual Culture in Hong Kong, where she was designing documentation strategies to support efficient care of growing collections of visual art, design, architecture, and moving image. She holds a PhD from the University of Amsterdam, and her doctoral research titled Collecting Archives of Objects and Stories on the Lives and Futures of Contemporary Art in the Museum, carried out with the program New Approaches in the Conservation of Contemporary Art, situated at the crossroad of art history, theory, conservation, museology, and heritage studies. Her dissertation was focused on the lives and futures of contemporary art in institutional collections, particularly on works which are variable and unfold over time. Her general research interests lie in mechanism and processes the institutional collection with a focus on processual contemporary art formats such as projects, participatory art and performance. She regularly lectures and gives presentations and writes on this topic, as well as running the Fluxus Radio of Activating Fluxus. Prior to her doctorate study, she served as a conservator at the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, Poland, and she holds a master's degree in conservation and restoration of works of art from the Academy of Fine Arts in Warsaw. In 2024, she was awarded a guest scholarship at the Getty Conversation Institute in Los Angeles for a project investigating notions of ownership, guardianship, and commons in relation to collecting and preserving contemporary art and alternatives, networked, inclusive, and participatory models of collecting. Today, she will speak to us about what she has learned from activating during the 4 years research at Activating Fluxus. The stage is yours, Aga.
Thank you, Elke. Well, it's hard to listen to your own bio. Always. Can I just ask you for one thing, because I need this. Can we stand up, all of us? I learned that from another Fluxus conference. Can we just raise our hands and deeply breathe into this? Okay, now you can sit down. I think that the ventilation is important. I mean, for me at least, because I don't want to get asleep during my own presentation. All right, so my name is Aga again. I have described myself before. I'm this typical from this conference, mid-age woman with glasses and gray hair and with quite characteristic pitch of a voice. So I hope you can kind of recognize me back. On the slide you can see a title of my presentation, which is Learning from Activation Towards Other Forms of Institutional Stewardship, and the title of the symposium. And maybe I will start with the disclaimer. I initially tried to fit everything I had done, research and written about over the last 4 years into this presentation. But I failed and quickly realized it makes no sense and it's just not going to work. So instead I decided to focus on what I have learned from this research and from this long journey of 4 years for my own practice as a museum professional and conservator that I am. So a starting point of activating Fluxus as a research project was an assumption that Fluxus is not destined for preservation as we traditionally understand it, especially within the art museum context, where preservation means safeguarding artwork's material form and its visual appearance. For a long time, Fluxus evaded musealization altogether, and museums resisted collecting these works because they challenged foundational institutional principles, namely that art's value resides in unique, precious physical objects created by individual artists, which institutions must protect from undesired change beyond artist's original intent. But once it happened, musealization inevitably transformed Fluxus forms, often limiting or curbing their inherent potential to transform and to be transformed, to engage, multiply, iterate, and instantiate. Yet, despite this domestication, many Fluxus forms and practices have retained their affordances, their capacities for action and engagement beyond visual appearance or materiality. We lost my presentation. It's back? Okay, good. So yeah, despite this domestication, many Fluxus forms and practices have retained their affordances, their capacities for action and engagement beyond visual appearance of materiality. And with this presentation, I want to offer an overview of the possibilities that Fluxus form offers to collecting institutions for making use of their collections. However, these possibilities can be activated only under the assumption that institutions are willing to shift or perhaps expand their understanding of what collecting and sustaining artworks consist of. And I suggest that this shift might evolve a fundamental reorientation. So instead of safeguarding an artwork's material form, what if museum focused on maintaining what art does? So let me say a word about the methodology what I have used in my research in the last 4 years. So again, I'm a conservator, and my research is informed by methodology developed within the conservation field. And conservation research tends to be case study based, incorporating a deep dive into identifying what an object of conservation actually is. So conservators dissect each heritage item or an artwork down its two primary components, trying to understand which one carries which value so they can responsibly care for it and prioritize their preservation efforts. The more they know, the better. To inform their decisions, they conduct detailed analysis, document materials and techniques, reveal alterations, and assess conditions. And this typically involves visual and haptic examinations, often supplemented by scientific techniques. For functional objects and technologically complex pieces, analysis extends to understanding function, operation, and use. For art, it includes conceptual foundation and intended and unintended meanings. In the chapter for the project book, I've turned this methodology provisionally and perhaps too simplistic as the conservation lens, which is interesting also that I have to add that I very critically scrutinized my own methodology during this research, and but I'm not going to speak in detail about that, but happy to kind of continue this conversation later on in a smaller circle. So, but basically this is how I conducted my research, because this is how I know how to conduct research. During these 4 years of this project, I looked closely at specific Fluxus works, trying to understand them in depth, what they were, how they transformed, what they became, and crucially for Fluxus works, what they intended to do and what they unintentionally did. From this research archive of case studies, I chose one which is very well known, which is Alison Knowles' House of Dust, a piece that, despite challenging so many museum conventions, gets put on display and put into use again and again. And let me just briefly run through the history of the work, its different components and instantiation, and through to this kind of my conservator's lens. So this is a very particular perspective on this story. Pondering of what the work is, what it does, how it exists, and how it is perpetuated. And finally, how its affordances and modes of existence can set up a new approach to what museum conservation can entail, and how conservation can be put into use for the communities that hold the collections conservators care for. So, House of Dust. House of Dust began with what art historians describe as one of the first computer-generated poems. It originated from 1967 workshop on computers and the arts conducted by composer and music theorist James Tenney at the Something Else Press Gallery. The project evolved from what was then called Proposition Number 2 for Emmett Williams, a poem consisting of nominal sentences, each beginning with a house of, followed by a randomized sequence describing a material, a site or situation, a light source, and a category of inhabitants. And this slide presents the numbered list of programming code, numbered lines of programming code titled Program for Proposition Number 2 for Emmett Williams by Alison Knowles and James Tenney, as reproduced in Dick Higgins's book Computer for the Arts. The program generates random variations of predefined sentences, as I said before. And the poem was produced from a list prepared in advance with by Knowles through a program written in Fortran 4, one of the oldest high-level programming languages. The output consisted of 400 different combinations of these categories, arranged in quatrains that form the stanzas of the complete poem. The computer-generated poem was published by Verlag Gebrüder König as an editioned piece. And this editioned piece is shown on this slide. So it's 20 sheets of stripped green and white computer paper with stanzas printed on them, accordion folded and housed in a plastic pouch bearing the title A House of Dust, and the names of its authors, Alison Knowles, James Tenney, and Siemens System 4004, and the name of the publisher. Through this edition, the work entered circulation, first into private collections and later into institutional ones, where it is often catalogued as an artist book. This could have been the end of the story of the House of Dust, but it wasn't. In 1969, Knowles used a Guggenheim Fellowship to build a sculpture in Chelsea, New York, inspired by one of the poem's quatrains, a house of plastic in a metropolis lit by a natural light, inhabited by people from all walks of life. Developed in collaboration with architect William Breger, the structure was produced by a Philadelphia foundry using fiberglass, reinforced polyester resin, and plywood, and installed at the Penn South Housing Cooperative. The slide shows a grainy, black and white photograph of the structure, large organic shaped with circular openings. 2 children play on top of it. Apartment buildings are visible in the background. The structure was designed to be participatory, a gathering place for residents, but also an evolving, collaborative installation to which they were invited to contribute objects. Participation extended to Knowles' colleagues as well. Composer Max Neuhaus created a sound work that, through thermal circuits, translated the heat of the sun onto the structure's surface into sound. So those who were inside the structure could hear actually the movements of sun. Okay, and this slide present again lines of Fortran code, but this time titled Patina Selection for the House of Dust. And this is dated 3rd of June 1969. At this stage, Knowles was deeply engaged with computer programming as a means of introducing indeterminacy into her practice. She developed this program to distribute the objects contributed by Penn South children and residents on the exterior of the sculptural structure. Operating on principles of random permutation, this code generated placement instructions specifying the section of the house, the direction, the object or material, and its weight or quantity. And the next slide shows a newspaper clipping featuring a black and white photograph of the sculptural structure, the same photograph shown on the previous slide, with the headline, "Sculpture is burned on Penn South lawn." And that is precisely what happened. The Penn South community has never fully embraced the structure, which many residents considered simply intrusive. One night, the house of dust was set on fire and partially destroyed. And this could have been another end of the work, but it wasn't. In 1970, Knowles moved to California to become the inaugural director of the Graphic Prints Lab at CalArts, bringing the architectural instantiation of the House of Dust with her. The structure was repaired after the fire, transported to Burbank, and installed on an abandoned tennis court at CalArts interim campus. And this slide shows a black and white photograph of the House of Dust at CalArts. Two large, organic-shaped structures with circular openings surrounded by a crowd of people. I will just run for my water. At CalArts, Knowles transformed the House of Dust into a pedagogical space where students held poetry readings, film screenings, and meditation events. This black and white photograph captures one such gathering inside the sculpture interior. Two people sitting on the floor while a third creates a hand's silhouette by blocking the light from a projector. And this slide shows a photograph of Shigeko Kubota and Simone Forti, both prominent figures in the experimental art scene and both teaching at CalArts at the time. The two ladies are smoking cigarettes at the circular opening of one of the House of Dust structures. The physical structure of House of Dust at CalArts remained deeply connected to its origins in the computer-generated poem, which continued to inspire performances and events by Knowles, her colleagues, and students. So this slide presents a black and white photograph of Michael Bell performing nude within the house, directly interpreting the quotation ending at "inhabited by people speaking many languages, wearing little or no clothing." In an event titled Poem Drop, a helicopter released a fresh printout of the computer-generated poem over the house, creating a literal and symbolic reconnection between the physical structure and its algorithmic foundation. Two color photographs captured this event, showing a helicopter against a blue sky on a sunny day and white sheets of paper falling as a crowd of people watches from below. And this slide shows a two-page typed document titled A Letter of Intention for an Art in Public Places Grant, National Endowment for the Arts, dated June 16, 1980, and signed by Knowles. When she left California in 1972, she left the physical structure of the House of Dust to CalArts on temporary loan, but she did not abandon the project. She made an attempt to donate the structure to a museum in Oakland, but this proposal was ultimately rejected in 1979 after years of consideration. Around this time, Knowles began conceptualizing a portable exhibition of the House of Dust that would bring together documentation of the project alongside responses by the poem by the fellow artists, continuously incorporating new elements in the process of constant transformation. It became clear that she viewed the work as a materialization of the poem that invited perpetual renewal, an approach she considered intrinsic to the project itself. And this grant proposal, in which she applied for funding to bring the House of Dust to the University of Minnesota campus, gives direct expression to this vision. Although the application was unsuccessful, the House of Dust continued to circulate as a concept through exhibition, including a presentation at Gallery A in Amsterdam, created by Harry Ruhe. And throughout its various instantiations, the House of Dust was activated by Knowles through a series of community-oriented protocols. One such protocol involved a circular diagram oriented along the 4 cardinal directions, drawn on the ground near the physical structure of the house. Knowles gathered gifts of objects from neighbors, community members, and her artist network, which were either affixed to the house's surface or, following its disappearance, arranged upon the diagram alongside quatrains from the poem. And this arrangement also became the basis of the work's exhibition format. And this slide shows a black and white photograph of the circular diagram on a floor, with several objects placed within its boundaries. Also visible are 3 examples of gift objects for the House of Dust, found objects such as a book, a photograph, and a metal hinge, each paired with a quatrain from the poem. Those gifts were contributed by Knowles' artist friends, and we can also see some similar objects that are arranged within the diagram on the photograph. And now we fast forward almost 30 years, now the House of Dust has been to see how the House of Dust was transmitted through more contemporary instantiations. In 2014, the project was presented in an exhibition in Montpellier, for which a new version of the computer program was produced, one that allowed a vintage printer to generate the poem live on display. This kind of printer producing the poem went on becoming a recurring exhibition manifestation of the work in many subsequent presentations. And this slide documents one such a presentation, the 2019 exhibition at the Max Center for Art and Architecture in Los Angeles. At the center of the image, we can see a vintage dot matrix printer sits on a plain wooden plinth, and it generates a continuous roll of tractor-feed paper, suggesting the work has been running for some time. To the left, leaning against the concrete wall, is a framed copy of the 1967 Verlag Brüder König edition of the House of Dust, kind of making this connection between the live, contemporary instantiation of the work to its historical counterpart. And this printer producing the poem instantiation also became an edition's representation of the work, purchased and included in collections, also institutional ones. In 2021, at Art Basel, James Fuentes' gallery booth featured a live printing of the poem, which the press acclaimed as a highlight of the fair. In this slide, we see again a vintage printer on a wooden crate with a printout of the House of Dust emerging from it. Another way of sustaining the project has been to draw on its potential as a creative and pedagogical space. In 2018, on the occasion of CalArt's 15th anniversary, a semester-long re-examination of the House of Dust by CalArt students led to the selection of a stanza from the poem as an inspiration for constructing a house of glass, a structure that became both stage and gathering space for performances drawn from the Fluxus repertoire. And this slide documents this installation, an open walkable structure of light wooden frames holding colored panels in blue, purple, gray, green, and with some mirror surfaces arranged on a low wooden platform in the front of a brick building. At the center, there is a woman dressed in black who reads aloud from a sheet of paper, loose pages scattered on the ground around her. A small sign on the right side of the structure reads House of Glass. And the photograph on this slide shows a gallery installation view of 2017 exhibition titled The House of Dust by Alison Knowles at Senai in Paris. The space is an industrial-style room with exposed ventilation duct on the ceiling. On the left, a small white plinth supports a compact modern printer, a different one than on the previous photographs. Behind it, a large white wall panel displays the exhibition title. And next slide shows a screen recording of a web page displaying a live generated version of the House of Dust. Can we see it? No, we can't. Yes, it's going. So this is a recording of a web page displaying a live generated version of the House of Dust by poet and a computer scientist, Nick Mumford. The page has a plain white background with a black monospace text. In the top left corner, imagine, attribution links in red identify Alison Knowles, James Tenney, Nick Montfort, and a Python /3 version of the code. The main body of the page displays a series of automatically generated 4-line poem stanzas. This is an elegant example of another type of engagement with the House of Dust through a recoding the original program, generating the poem into a web-based version written in Python. And the author or /interpreter calls this version a re-implementation. And between 2021 and 2022, as a part of a Living in a Sculpture, a series of exhibition of habitable artworks in public spaces by Creative Lab Tiny Bear, Knowles was invited to revisit the project once more. Drawing inspiration from an abalone shell, the discarded house of a small sea creature, Knowles produced a drawing in a black ink on a dot matrix ribbon paper printed with the House of Dust poem and signed Alison Knowles, House of Dust, 2021. And this drawing is shown on this slide. Inspired by this drawing, Tiny Bear produced a life-size architectural structure using clay-based 3D printing technology. And we also can see on this slide 2 photographs that are documenting this printing process. And this slide shows the final outcome of this process, a warm gray organic-shaped structure with a door opening at the front and small circular windows on the sides, installed on a public square in Wiesbaden, Germany. 3 photographs document the work from different angles. So we have this first that captures the full exterior in its public setting. The second shows the interior, where 5 people are seated in conversation inside the carved walls, and actually those 5 people are the Activating Fluxus team during one of our study days, together with Cornelia Salfrank from Tiny Bear. And the third photograph shows 2 people sitting at the entrance of the structure and 2 desk chairs outside. So, and this third photograph represents this idea of living in a sculpture. So this Wiesbaden version of the House of Dust was conceived as a kind of living sculpture, offering to interested visitors a space to spend a night in. But I mean, that was kind of a special occasion, but on a kind of more daily basis, it was serving as an educational space for different activities engaging the local community. And this slide shows a gallery setting featuring the printer producing the poem instantiation of the work alongside an LCD screen displaying a video of 2 vintage printers printing the poem with Alison Knowles sitting in front of one of them, reading the poem aloud. The video was produced as a part of the Tiny Bear project and originally installed inside the 3D printed house. It was also incorporated into Knowles' retrospective exhibition at the Wiesbaden Kunstmuseum that we see on this photo. And this exhibition was taking place at the same time, just a few hundred meters from where the physical House of Dust stood. And this slide shows the same gallery setting, so also the museum in Wiesbaden, but from the wider angle, bringing together the printer producing the poem installation, the screen featuring the artist reading the poem, and the photographs of the 3D printed House of Dust by Tiny Bear. So what we see here is how the 3D printed instantiation has been incorporated through this exhibition into the Knowles portfolio, into the biography of the work, and into the expanding repertoire of House of Dust instantiations. So, what is the House of Dust? Knowles, when referring to it, often used the concept of an object's poem or a poem in progress. And this is a color photograph of House of Dust at CalArts. So we see 2 large organic-shaped structures with circular openings set on an open hillside with mountains visible in the background. There is a group of people, adults and children, gathering around those structures and climbing on one of them. In the foreground, a black sign reads, House of Dust, poem in progress, open. For me, this work represents a format that has since become predominant in contemporary art, the art project. An art project, as it has developed since the 1990s, is an open-ended, research-based art form that prioritizes process over finished product. Rather than producing a single self-contained object, it unfolds across time and space through a combination of activities, performances, documentation, and social engagement. Its goals are often deliberately ambiguous, and its outcome may include failure or unexpected developments, all of which together, including the material or digital traces left behind, constitute the project itself. And this raises a particular challenge for collecting and conservation. It is, of course, possible to care for the physical instantiation of an art project. In the case of Hearts of Dust, we could think about conservation of Verlag edition, the sculptural structure built for the Pen South housing cooperative, the printer producing the poem installation, and so on. But caring for these instantiations is not the same as caring for the work itself. In my view, caring for the work means sustaining and building on its affordances, that is, on what the work is able to do. And in this presentation, we have seen a lot of examples of this work capacities or potentialities. As a score, it invites interpretation in a truly transmedia spirit, generating architectural spaces, performative engagements, and artworks by other artists. As a methodological tool, it offers concrete protocols for engagement, such as the gifts of object for the House of Dust. As a computer-generated poem, it invites creative engagement with changing technology and its involving possibilities. Each recode is simultaneously a technical act and an interpretive one. As a gathering and pedagogical space, it activates communities, offering itself as a site of encounter, conversation, but also for sharing, exhibiting, and performing. And as a poem to be read and enjoyed as such, it produces this evocative, sometimes poignant, sometimes absurd images of human dwelling and community, shifting the idea of the house from a fixed sculpture to an ever-changing set of possibilities and encounters. And this list does not exhaust House of Dust capacities. So Hannah Higgins expressed these possibilities by stating, the poem slides across disciplines, from list to program to poem to sculpture to program to performance work and back, activating relationships among the arts and between the arts and the world of computer programming. And interacting with the work through people's medium of choice, social entanglements, friendships, and entirely new artworks became possible. And that is how I understand activation, as a generative act of transmission that inherently catalyzes further creative expressions. It happens when one artistic work opens pathways for new interpretations and innovations, building upon or drawing inspiration from the initial work or its following interpretations. And this chain reaction of creativity opens the space for participation, collaboration, and inclusion, contextualizing the work anew to current societal and political contexts. House of Dust, although held in many museum collections, does not truly belong to any of them. It lives instead in a distributed way, as entangled material witnesses, scattered across private and public archives and collections, as a method of artistic practice, and in the past and future creative engagement and embodied experiences of all those who have encountered it. No single institution, object, or instantiation contains it. What House of Dust demonstrates is that an artwork can be constituted entirely by its own capacity for transformation. Each instantiation, printed poem, sculpture, performance, code, exhibition, is generated from the same source logic, the randomness of the original program, which models perpetual renewal as a structural principle. The project does not accumulate toward a definitive version. It survives and grows precisely because no version is final. And this has consequences for how we think about conservation. If we expand its scope from caring for what the work has left behind to caring for what it continues to offer, then conservation becomes less about preservation and more about transmission, about ensuring that the conditions for future engagement remain alive. There are, of course, considerations that anyone engaging with this strategy must take seriously. So, which works lend themselves to this methodology of transmission? And how do we define the boundaries of how far transmission can go before the work ceases to be itself? How much can change until the House of Dust is no longer the House of Dust? Or does it even matter if the house of dust transformed into a house of glass, as long as the initial reference is articulated, preserved, and remains legible? Most of the instantiations I have presented here, and of course this is just like a tiny little bit of all the instantiations of dust that exists, but most of them were carried out with the artist's consent or direct participation, and that participation was often what validated them, confirming each new activation as part of the work's inherent capacity of transformation rather than departure from it. The artist's voice functioned as an anchor, authorizing the work openness without dissolving it into anything and everything. With Alison Snow's recent passing, these questions have moved from the theoretical to the immediately practical. The questions of authority, of who can activate the work and on what grounds, becomes at once more concrete and more contested. What constitutes fidelity to it? Perhaps the answer lies not in replicating past instantiation, but in remaining faithful to the logic of the work, the logic that the work has always operated by, that of perpetual renewal and collective authorship. The methodology of transmission, in other words, may itself be the most important thing left to preserve. And I would like to end on a personal note, because I currently work with contemporary artists thinking together about how their research-based, processual and participatory art projects, which will be instantiated through site-specific or site-responsive commissioned installations, can be acquired into a museum collection. We work collaboratively towards designing sustainable ways this project can exist within institutional walls, not by prioritizing the accumulation of physical remnants that require enormous resources to store, maintain, and care for into the future, but for designing frameworks for engaging new people in the ongoing transmission of what a project does. And this means thinking about acquisition not as a capture of a bunch of objects, but as an assumption of a responsibility to carry the work forward in parallel to or beyond its physical instantiations through the people, protocols, and encounters it continues to generate. And that is what ultimately I learned from activation. Thank you.
How much time do we have? 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay. I have a question, but is there a question in your... Hi, Francesca. Do you want to start?
Thank you, Aga, very much for this talk. I really enjoyed it a lot. I have a question regarding the notion or the consequences of for authorship. So this seems a very crucial concept, which is touched by what you say and by the hypothesis you laid out. And what I really, maybe to get clear for myself, what I took out of your notes on what shifts or what has to shift in the museum and preservation practice is, at first you said that there's a shift from safeguarding the material form to safeguarding what art does. I think this is a really crucial sentence which I take away from your talk. And this is also a shift from caring for the instantiations to caring for the project and for the logic of the work. But the question which that entails for me is, what does this do with the authorship? So I understand that, for example, contemporary artists who dedicate their work to the original concept, in this case of the House of Dust of Alison Knowles, they become authors in the project or in the course of the project. But which role does this attribute to museum curators? So once museum curators are in this chain of reviving the project or caring for the logic of the project, what is their responsibility, and how do you relate the word or the term authorship to what responsibilities a museum has and a museum curator has?
Okay, thank you so much, Felicia, for this question. I think it's very relevant, but I think that I could like speak 45 minutes about it. We could continue in the coffee break. But first of all, I think that the Fluxus is also, as Natasha lovely said, in a maybe different dimension and much more complex, but I mean, Fluxus is a methodology, and I think that Fluxus as a methodology is offering actually also tools of what to do with the authorship. I mean, the authorship is something which is kind of following to a certain extent the logic of the scores, and kind of this musical tradition is something that it is. The idea is of interpretation and adding authorships, not kind of not residing in one authorship at the time, and acknowledging the previous authorship and this chain reaction of what I'm saying. And I think that basically museums and curators' role is to keep it. You know, it's like to be kind of real to it, to show it and to demonstrate. I mean, that's kind of my very idealistic vision of it, of course. But how this idea, how this concept, how this project evolved, who was involved and how. And this is kind of like showing that, exposing those super complex entities to the public. This is building the narrative. This is the curatorial and museum obligation to a certain extent. I think that this is also allowing, kind of thinking about this logic of preservation, engagement, mediation. It's kind of it's kind of blurring those boundaries between these different spaces in the museum, no? Like curatorial, educational, conservation, and allowing them to use their skills from very different directions to work together and think about all of that as perpetuation, transmission, or conservation.
Before I pass on to Natasha, because we said I should surprise you with a question, I would like to have you to have a look at this as a conservator.
Oh gosh, that's oh my
Natasha,
gosh, I don't know.
You.
Is this referring to Is this a bit of House of Dust? Elke brought a piece of House of Dust. Okay, a relic, a witness of what happened. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Elke. Is it for me?
This is so that everybody can touch it.
Okay. Yay. So maybe I will start here. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
I'll pass this on. I'll come back to it. This is brilliant. Thank you. And thank you for your wonderful talk. I have a very simple question about value. So what does this form of archiving and this form of safeguarding do for the usually sort of, so you could say that an artwork has value for the field, it has value for the community, for future generations of artists and so on, which is not necessarily always the same as the value for the field. And then it has things like monetary value, right? So there are many other forms of value, but if you could address that, how do you think that this form of safeguarding or this form of archiving, it's both, reconfigures, or what does it do to the value of the artwork, or the process as well? Artwork.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very good question, because I'm trying to avoid answering it constantly. Especially the monetary value is something that I'm trying not to engage myself with. And I should at some point in time kind of include it in my thinking, especially after Marcia Reed comment yesterday that you know, that this is something that we are not talking about, but it's an elephant in the room. I mean, because I don't say that this is exclusive of the other forms of preservation. I mean, it is not that we don't keep the material objects, that we don't care for the material objects. I mean, I am very skeptical about caring for those printers. I mean, that's a lot of work for time-based media conservators, and I'm not sure if this is an effort well placed. But I think that, I mean, we cannot just ignore the value, like the kind of the dynamics of the art market, and we will still preserve certain types of material objects, right? The issue is that when I think, this is a methodology for the future for me. So not engaging with what happened before, but what I'm doing right now as a conservator. So I'm trying to say, I just do not generate those material things, and let's think about the value. And now this is already included within this logic of art market that we can. I mean, it is included since the 70s that we can sell and buy concepts, right? So it's not that we want to revolutionize the whole situation, but we want to kind of in parallel create some other alternative for that, maybe, but in parallel, so we have to live together in the same reality. I don't know if that answers your question, but I would love to continue the conversation about the values.
Okay, Bertus has a question, and
thank you. Aga, thank you very much. A very brief question. Are you aware if Alison knew, first of all, The Endless House by Frederick Kiesler? And second, then later on,
I don't know.
in the research you did about Alison's House of Dust.
Which one? Sorry, but
The research you did about the evolution and retranslation and so on of the House of Dust up to today, more or less, if there's a reference, because what you explained, and there are two architects.
Okay.
It's Frederick Kiesler.
Yes.
The Endless House.
Yes.
Going from the 30s till his death. And it's Greg Lynn, the Embryological House. And both deliberately said, we pass authorship on.
Yeah.
I did not know that all this history of Noel's House of Dust. Fantastic. Yeah. But this is a question first.
Okay, I'm happy to hear also Anne's addition to it. Sorry, but I will address that.
Arts, and I knew Alison very well, but the poem was written for Emmett Williams because she actually based the first computer version of it on a computer poem, the IBM poem, that Emmett conceived in his head. It wasn't in a computer. And she thanked him because she used his system.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's so beautiful. That's a nice addition to the whole story. And for the Humbertus, no, I haven't encountered any direct links, but I would love to explore it further. I have to say that my research on the House of Dust is limited, and I would love to continue. I mean, it's a never-ending story, right? But I love this idea of exploring methodology of it, House of Dust as a method, and that would be interesting to actually look at those two examples.
I just got the sign that I should cut this wonderful discussion. We have more questions in the room which go to the round table. Thank you for your fantastic introduction of 60 years of House of Dust, and we talk about later.
Thank you so much, Elke. I haven't been looking at time, no.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to begin again now. I'm Sally Kawamura. I'm an associate researcher with Activating Fluxus. I'm also a Daphne Jackson Fellow at the University of York. For those of you online, I'm a medium-sized white woman with dark hair and wearing black and no glasses. No glasses at the moment, maybe later. But it gives me great pleasure to introduce the speaker who needs no introduction here. Hannah's skill, generosity, creativity and boundless energy has brought this project together, brought us together, created amazing resources, events and publications, and brought this to life. She's activated Activating Fluxus in the best ways. Thank you, Hanna. Over to you.
Thank you so very, very much, Sally. And most of all, thank to all of you for your perseverance. Now it should work. Yes, thanks. Many thanks really for sticking with us. And thank you so much to all the presenters that presented today. I just learned so much. It's just incredibly, it has been just an incredible experience. And I don't even know, how to process all this information now. And it will take me lots of days and weeks to really think about that. I think I made a beginner kind of mistake, in proposing the talk, because I have to warn you, I was gonna kind of think more about Fluxism when I started to kind of draft the talk, but obviously because we organized quite a lot, it didn't turn out quite as well time-wise. Just as a small warning, so it is still something I'm working on and will be developing in the future. But yeah, let me start. Exactly, and I added what can be learned from Flux Mystery Food, which I actually thought it would be a nice focus. Few artistic formations lend themselves more readily to the claim that art is in flux than fluxus. Certain modes of fluxus expression are often described as ephemeral, transitory, and elusive, an embodiment of the permanent movement or flow, embedded in its very name. The term fluxus derives from Latin, meaning flowing, and in English it refers to the action of flowing out, even in medical usage, to the discharge of a substance from or within the body. Harnessing these associations, fluxus came to signify a revolutionary flat and tide in art, aiming, in the words of its initiator, George Machunas, to promote living art and anti-art. Fluxus thus appears fundamentally antithetical to conservation, which at least in its Western and Western institutions-bound genealogies have long been grounded in the principles of material preservation, which capitalized on stability and fixity to ensure the passing of an artifact's physical form. At first glance, conservation seems the very opposite of flux, right? A practice committed to arresting change, stabilizing matter, and resisting the indeterminacy of time. And yet bringing fluxus into dialogue with conservation reveals something more complex, both in the project and in its culminating book, which you already probably heard about a lot, but nonetheless, please have a look, it's outside. So, yet bringing fluxus into dialogue with conservation reveals something really complex, both in the project and in its culminating book, and in the reflection that follow in this paper. We challenge the deeply rooted assumption that conservation necessarily freezes the legacy, or the legacy of fluxus. If conservation has often been imagined as a practice of stabilization or even suspension of material states, of conceptual physical conditions, of the so-called intentions, or of change, fluxus compels us to reconsider it as a practice of activation. And this would be the moment for providing perhaps a brief overview of all the concepts of activations that we pursued in the book, but that would expand my paper considerably. So I'll leave it for your reading later on. But suffices to say, however, that engaging with fluxus works and their wider material conceptual worlds pushes conservation beyond its traditional comfort zone into interpretative, imaginative, and creative horizons. The encounter leaves a mutual trace. It does not simply illuminate the vibrant materialism of Fluxus, its material power propelled rather than steeled by the passage of time and unhalted by institutions and archives for more than half a century. It also reshapes the foundational assumption of conservation itself. Conservation, after Fluxus, is no longer what it once was. Conservation, after Fluxus, is conservation after permanence. An enigma surrounds Fluxus mystery foot, or Flux mystery foot, and I'm showing it right here on the slide, which is one of the first performances that was documented with this work. An enigma surrounds Flux mystery foot, which first appeared as can foot presented by the French artist Ben Voitier at the Fluxus Festival in Nice in 1963. A black and white documentary photograph captures Voitier consuming the contents of an unlabeled can, a singular and now largely forgotten event, reportedly followed by his brushing his teeth. In her seminal Fluxus experience, Hannah Higgins writes that in 1963, Voitier purchased unlabeled cans, and I'm quoting her, of identical size in the grocery store and ate whatever was inside them, whether lychee nuts, at its first performance apparently, or salmon, canned sausages, or sauerkraut. On Voitier's request, only later labeled by George Machuna's Flux mystery food, and this is viewable here on this slide, the riddle of the canned food was since epitomized has since epitomized the Fluxus work's multisensorial character. Rather than being solely visual and perceived from a centered perspective by a disembodied beholder, Flux mystery food requires of the spectator recipient an active attitude, participation, activation, and ingestions of the contents of the metal can. And I have here a couple of representations of the work. On this slide, it's an archival photograph that shows, Flux mystery food, sometimes with labels, sometimes without, and a little inscription in the background. Flux mystery food can be read as secularized Eucharist parody. In the Christian Eucharist, ingestions function as a sacramental act. Bread and wine become the body and blood of the Christ in Catholic theology through transubstantiation. And the communicant participates in divine presence through their consumption. Flux mystery food adopts a strikingly similar logic. The participant consumes the contents of the multiple, the artwork enters the body. Aesthetic experience continues metabolically. The work is literally internalized. Metabolism substitutes the sacred economy of communion. Instead of spiritual transformation, enzymatic breakdown, we banally and somewhat anti-transcendentally digest. If the work requires consumption and metabolic de- or recomposition, what does it mean to conserve a work whose intended completion is digestion? The form gets destabilized, material recomposed, dispersed. Perhaps to conserve a work whose completion lies in digestion is to preserve not the object, but the conditions of its active reconfiguration. But let us slow down for a moment. Namely, meanwhile, today, the container of the Flux mystery food becomes a collectible and exhibitable piece, and this both includes and excludes its food contents, basically. I shall return to this shortly. Not dissimilar to Piero Manzoni's notorious Merda d'Artista from 1961, which you see on this slide, the can filled with artist's feces, conserved naturally, the contents of Flux mystery food could only be guessed by direct examination, touching, shaking, and assessing the can's weight and consistency. Slight nervousness, notwithstanding, in the scenario when the metal enclosure incidentally gives in. It is unclear when, in the case of Flux mystery food, the performance of eating the unlabeled cans receded to give way to a more static presentation. And I'm turning back to the slide with one can. Although it is not immediately clear at the first sight, the artifacts of the 1960s and 70s avant-garde art displayed in vitrines of collections worldwide were rarely conceived as autonomous objects. They are often constituent parts of concluded performances or were implements in larger structures in which action or process were paramount. As Philip Oslander and I have argued in recently co-authored essay, and I have for you very briefly here an overview of that, a visual overview of the article, performance is never without objects and objects without performance. While we might be less inclined to inquire into the performance that led to the deposition of Manzoni's feces in the can just mentioned, historical photographs of Flux mystery food such as this, and again returning to the Nice performance, offer a glimpse into one of the eventual dimensions of the work, one that, in disguise, is no longer present. One reason for the status quo may lie in the conditions of acquisition. Collections continue to depend on relatively stable forms of works. Another may be the reluctance of the receiver, the collector, the beholder, to consume, right, the aged contents. Thus, unlike the gustatory and the olfactory perceptions that played a central role in the consumption of food art of this kind, the Nice Festival, with Flux food being a key example, but we can also think about Spuri meals, Machunas mono meals, or No's identical lunches. The later iterations of Flux mystery food cans could only conceal what they conserved. But concealment does not mean cessation. The performance did not stop. It merely changed its mode of appearance. Flux mystery food, whether considered a part of material or culinary culture, might only apparently be regarded as docile, fixed, or well-conserved matter. Against the belief, and we had here this discussion about whether, you can can something and it persists over time or not, and what preservation, can preservation actually mean. So yes, Flux mystery food, whether considered a part of material or culinary culture, might only apparently be regarded as docile, fixed, or well-conserved matter. Against the belief that food conservation provides a stable artifact, the contents of such edible things, if kept too long in storage, might corrode the can, contaminating their immediate surroundings with smelly, sticky expulsion. Aging and decay, intrinsic conditions of all entities within the environment we inhabit, impact the way in which the cans interact with their surroundings. A story circulates, and many of you will know it very well, a story circulates about a food can from the Fluxus collection at the Getty Research Institute, a can of sardines, which notably bore no expiration date, that had to be replaced when corrosion rendered it leaky and on the verge of bursting. And you see it here, the corroded can on the right-hand side. And it was a piece, kind of piece within a larger Benjamin Patterson hooked ensemble from 1980s. And it was Natilee Harren's archival investigations that brought this piece to light, and Albrecht Gumlik, who proposed a conservation solution. So they are really experts in this area, in many others as well, but just if you need some more details, I absolutely refer you to them. One can only imagine the scene, the work releasing its toxic age and pungent contents into its surroundings, perhaps even onto neighboring works, right? A convulsion of decay that exposes the limits of conservation promise, of stability. In this moment, Fluxus performs itself, an outpouring that refuses containment, an insistence on flux at its most literal. Flux mystery food, and I return here to my slide with two cans this time, one labeled and one unlabeled. Flux mystery food is, however, above all, a dramatic demonstration of the impossibility of conserving living matter. Regardless of the preservative measures invested in the canned food produced in the 1960s or the subsequent efforts of conservators working with organic or food-based art, matter ultimately yields to processes of flow and degradation. What appears as order or stable form reveals itself as provisional, transitory, and relative. Flux mystery food discloses a multi-species world in which humans are but one participant, whether through bacterial growth, fermentation, or the production of hydrogen as acids react with the metal of the can. The conservator's intervention becomes only one agency, and if we don't want to use the word agency, perhaps one interaction with the can, among many others within a larger dynamic ensemble. The nature of this work, understood both literally and metaphorically, poses a challenge to the institutional culture that seeks to master or stabilize it. As a nature-culture composite or hybrid, Fluxus mystery food or Flux mystery food stages the collision between organic process and the culture of keeping things intact. Yet Flux mystery food does more than expose the limits of canning as a method of preserving food. It calls into question the deeper belief that conservation can truly conserve works. If we zoom out from this kind of myopic focus on the avant-garde artifacts, about which I love to make different claims, and we all work so voluntarily and happily, those seemingly destined for change, the avant-garde works are seemingly destined for change from the outset, we must concede, however, reluctantly, that even traditional works, I don't know, Leonardo Mona Lisa or other Michelangelo's marbles also are changing, if not fluxing, although obviously slightly differently. The museum apparatus, so incisively described by Dominguez Rubio in his recent book Still Life, sustains the appearance of stability. Yet artworks, however carefully maintained, slowly and inevitably yields to wear environmental conditions and forms of use. They are not altered solely by external forces. They change because change is intrinsic to their material being. Artworks do not merely undergo change, they are change. Indeed, one might say, artworks want to change. Is conservation, then, left not with the task of imposing stability, but with the role of accompanying transformation? And if so, and we've heard about this already here, and if so, what becomes of its long-standing claim to epistemic authority, an authority historically shaped through Western values and idioms and implicated in broader asymmetries of power? The idea of stable matter extends far beyond artworks. For centuries, materials were regarded as solid, resistant, and inert. This classical dichotomy between matter and form, where form is imposed upon passive substance, reaches back to antiquity. Matter was assumed to possess controllable behaviors, standardized as properties, later measurable through chemical and physical analysis. And I was very sorry, actually, we didn't get to this to discuss with Tim further this morning, but hopefully we still will. The hylomorphic model of making, which he so wonderfully deconstructs, understood matter as passive substance upon which form is imposed. More recently, however, conservation scholarship and material thinking have granted matter a different status. Matter is no longer passive. It acts, responds, and transforms. As Tim reminds us, the question is not what material is, but what it can do. And the persuasive activity of matter is very convincingly discussed in the recent conservation scholarship. I just mentioned here one very interesting volume by Peter Miller and Song Kwon Po in Conserving Active Matter from 20 22. Our book really takes on this topic, perhaps in the introduction a bit, and we have also analysis of this topic in several chapters. I think one of them perhaps by Josie Ellis, who just presented. Beyond understanding Flux mystery food as an object, however unfolding, transforming, and active, another question exists. What value should be assigned to the act of consumption itself, right? Should the canned food be eaten, right? And how? For the work to be fully realized, executed, or implemented. What happens when a participant consumes the contents? Does the work end? Does the work end at the moment of ingestion, right? Or does it continue within the body? Does the participant become part of the work as the food enters the system, quite literally enacting the proposition that we are what we eat? While art historian David Joselit identifies in the coupling of the wetware of organic bodies and the hardware of art markets a paradigm in which organic flux becomes metabolized as art, as fluxus, my concern here shifts to different register, to the implementation. The distinction between execution and implementation stems from Nelson Goodman. While all works that are executed, conceived, and realized are not necessarily implemented, all works that are implemented must first have been executed, he says. For Goodman, what ultimately matters is implementation. A novel must be read, a painting hung on the wall. Only then does the work enter culture. Although the distinction is not always clear-cut, execution can be understood as the making of the work, perhaps, whereas implementation is the making of it work, so making of the artwork work. Following Goodman, one might therefore ask not what the work is, but when it is. To this, we can add, with, again, Tim Ingold, a further shift in emphasis. Beyond ontological and temporal concerns lies the question of what the work can do. The working of the work in the world, its ongoing enactment within an environment such as that of the museum, a collection, or an archive, reveals how it changes, recomposes, and reconfigures over time. From this perspective, decay no longer appears actually merely as loss or failure, but as a part of broader, say, entropic recomposition through which the work continues to operate. To return to Goodmanian terms, the implementation of flux mystery food may take place on many, many levels. First, the consumption by Voitier at the Nice Festival, right, or any subsequent events of consumption. Second, the display of the cans in the cultural institutions. If the focus of appreciation is on the event, then perhaps implementation is missing in the museum presentation of an unopened can. If the focus is on the unopened can, right, then display concurrently implements it into culture. Preserved unopened Fluxus mystery food reiterates the system of enclosure of its preserving apparatus. In a recursive aesthetic of enclosures, self-contained and preserved for time being, and this being of time requires much more attention than it's possible here, it is exhibited in the enclosure of the vitrine within a climatically sealed room, right, within the enclosure of the museum. We can speak of more enclosures here if you wish, but I would leave it here. But one might also ask if canned food needs to be unpacked and consumed by a human consumer, can an untouched can unpack itself in a spontaneous act, right, without the human factor? Can it implement itself into the art's digestive system without the agency of the human? The work's doing or working then takes the form of an agential power, perhaps, that implements itself regardless of its desirability by conservators, curators, stewards. Working against the force that attempts to conserve it, the work epitomizes the fluidity of all efforts to arrest, futility of all efforts to arrest the inherent transformation and flow of matter. Such works, I argue, determine their own conditions of care. They do so by mobilizing various resources. Physical resources are mobilized to keep the mess contained. Intellectual resources are mobilized to think the tenets and principles, to rethink the tenets and the principles of conservation. An intriguing case is presented by an unopened can, which I will show you here, present in the Museum of Modern Art, Gilbert and Lila Sylvan collection in New York. It is not entirely mystery, since fully legible, I would say, at least for our purposes here. Not entirely food, since the can contains really nothing edible. The labeled open can is most likely the remnant of a concluded meal. As such, it partially resolves the conservation problem, the preservation of metal and paper perhaps notwithstanding, for it no longer harbors corrosive contents. Yet, what this can primarily demonstrate is the radical mutability, or what I call changeability of art in this moment, from performance to consumption, from sealed multiple to corroded object to emptied, opened container. None of these manifestations is identical to the other, and yet each is the work. What we encounter is plurality without individuation, a whole that does not equal the sum of its parts. So what can we learn from flux mystery food? Perhaps first, I have a chapter here on the slide, Intermediality as Flux, which is my subtitle. Perhaps that Fluxus works are intermedial, not simply as a matter of format that is as existing between established media categories, but as a condition of their inherent changeability. Let me unpack it a bit. In 1966, Dick Higgins proposed characterizing the happening as situated between theater, music, and visual arts, and Fluxus event scores, for instance, as positioned between music, poetry, and action. Insisting on material lens, one that takes the nature of these works really seriously, or rather, perhaps nature culture, if you wish, I would argue that this kind of materialist intermediality may also signify a movement between artistic and vacuum media, from performance to food to consumption to digestion and to object. And this, if you wish, is a certain conceptual activation of Dick Higgins' idea. Secondly, the unstable transformation of fluxus matter, my subtitle here on the slide. Secondly, perhaps we might also learn that the unstoppable transformation of fluxus materials, such as flux foods, but also other fluxus works and certain fluxus fetish objects as well, means that they are never entirely still. They decay, circulate, are consumed, and are replicated. In Fluxus mystery food, transformation is not an accident, but an operative principle. Fluxus works, such as Flux mystery food, seem to insist on process rather than permanence, troubling any conservation model grounded solely in stabilization. The instability here is not merely conceptual, it is physical, chemical, and metabolic. The can corrodes, paper yellows, adhesives dry, food rots. I call this transformation intramediality. Crucially, the movement between states, materials, conditions, forms, whether inter or intramedial, is the titular flux. Essentialist readings falter in its wake. What remains is an adaptive understanding of the work as something that persists across instantiations without being reducible to any single one. In such a reading, the question then may be less whether fluxus is conservable at all, if change is not loss but a manifestation of the work at work, then to conserve fluxus might risk undoing it, and yet to simply let it go is no solution either. And I will show very quickly, really not addressing it in depth, but those of you who interacted with me, you know very well that I love this intramedial and intermedial transitions, and I spent on Namjoon Paik, for instance, Zen for film transitions a considerable time, kind of trying to think about what the work is, how it is doing, how it is working in the world, which affected in this publications and for film revisions and an exhibition which I did in New York, just on this one singular, which I now call intramedial work. Or another example here is obviously, George Brecht, but there are so many others, from events to the animal kind of sign, to film, to performance, and so much more. And I think that Aga also beautifully brought up today the kind of inherent changeability of what she obviously calls very differently artistic projects. Fluxus is fluxing, a coda. Flux names a conditions of dynamism, movement, opposed to fixity. Heraclitus' flux, pantare, everything flows, proposes a world in constant transformation. One never steps into the same river twice. Things do not endure as stable entities, they persist as and through becoming. This resonates again with Tim's proposition that the world is not a collection of discrete objects, but an entangled meshwork of relations in continual formation. Existence unfolds not as ontology for him, but as ontogenesis, an ongoing coming into being. Ontogenesis does not describe the origin of a finished form, it names growth, emergence, and correspondence. Fluxus, flux, as mediated on by Machunas, gave artistic form to this condition. The term did not instigate a style, but a tendency, refusal of stasis, commitment to process, event, circulation, and change. If Fluxus was never an art historical movement, some claim, right, in the sense of a style in art with a specific art philosophy or goal followed by a group of artists during a specific period of time, it nonetheless, in my opinion, became one. From movere, to set in motion, right? Movement of forms, whether intermedial or intramedial, in an unhaltable forward-facing flux. How then do we place this movement alongside conservation? Well, conservation scholars purport that the recent shift in conservation disables any returns to well-rooted traditional thinking. I actually think that the Western conservation is still largely operates within a regimented set of paradigms structured by laws, material authenticity, minimal intervention, reversibility or retroactability, if you wish, and singular authorship. We address this also today. Take a condition report. A central document in conservation practice, and I must say I was inspired here by Simon Fleury. The slide cites basically a work by Simon Fleury from the experimental conservation by Jorge Otero Piles that was already cited here today. So take a condition report. A central document in conservation practice, a condition report details the condition of an artifact at a given time, supplemented by photographs and symbolic mappings, so that any changes in its material state are documented. Within this framework, the artwork is frequently assessed through its physical constitution, its condition measured against an earlier or presumed ideal state, in my vision at least, how I understand it. Condition reports attempt to control entropy, mapping change through lines, symbols, and quantified intensities. In my temporal critique of conservation, I have argued that the procedure presupposes an ideal origin, while most useful in certain contexts, loans, reconstructions, insurance, so many others, a condition report always measures the present against a mapped past. A condition report objectifies the work, reducing it, I feel, to a state available for observation and analysis. It also inscribes time as a linear progression, time specialized and divided into measurable units. Layer upon layer of annotation on archival photographs become immobile slices of time. This recalls, obviously, Henry Bergson's critique of cinematic movement. In his early film experiments, I'm thinking here of Muybridge or Murray, and these are just really very briefly photographs, chronophotographs from this time. You see here Etienne Jules Murray chronophotography from 1986. This one too, done on one singular plate. This is a bird basically in motion, flight of a gull from 1885. And my next slide shows the chronophotography by Muybridge, Edward Muybridge, figure hopping, done on separate, so to say, plates. In early film experiments, I'm thinking here again of Muybridge and Murray, motion is produced through the rapid succession of still images. For Bergson, this is an illusion. Movement cannot be reconstructed from immobilized fragments. Real duration is continuous, heterogeneous, indivisible. And it is not a series of states, but a lived flow. To condition report a work is thus, I feel, to introduce a cut into something that otherwise endures in continuous transformation. I actually spent on this a chapter in my book, Pike's Virtual Archive, Time Change and Materiality in Media Art, just for those of you who are more interested, but I will not go deeper into this. But what was very interesting is that a few months ago, I received a message from the artist and photographer Michaliuk Sarhei, and I'm sorry if I pronounce the name not quite ideally, describing his practice centered on a photographic method he calls fluxism, or fluxism. Here we go, and the full name of the artist. He writes, "The camera ceases to be a tool of the eye and becomes a resonator of the body, of the whole body. Shooting with eyes closed, using long exposure, he seeks not to capture objects, but to register a sensation. His fluxism shares with Fluxus an insistence on process and product, or process, over product. Yet it also points towards something else, the impossibility of capturing movement as such." I was intrigued, to say the least, not only for the word fluxism's clear association with my subject matter, right, fluxus and change, but also because it places itself somewhere between the two historical examples, making Bergson's critique of cinematic time and my use of it in the conservation discourse somewhat perhaps, I don't know, perhaps obsolete. I argued in this temporal critique that Murray kind of exemplifies the flow of time much better, in a much adequate way than this kind of, staccato shots of Muybridge. So closer to Murray than to Muybridge, fluxism gestures towards the fluidity of matter, towards vitality rather than fixity. To acknowledge this vitality is to attend differently, perhaps even lightly, to accompany works in their transition rather than arrest them in states through a conservation that recognizes the artwork not as a bounded object, but as a living, relational, perhaps being, an entanglement of species, materials, temporalities, and the environment. Entering the role of an accompaniment in transformation, conservation reframes heritage as open, processual, and multi-species, challenging permanence as the ultimate measure of cultural value. Conceived in this way, conservation perhaps becomes one agent, or one kind of agent among many, human and non-human alike, participating in the ongoingness of things. In an era of post-preservation, within the ongoingness of Fluxus laboratory, a final question exists. Can we survive, right, as conservators, our own undoing? And who is, perhaps, if not conservators, who is indeed the we that survives? Thank you very much.
Excellent. So thank you all for sticking with us to the end. I am yet another middle-aged white woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a denim shacket. What you cannot see is that my brain is exploding with questions and ideas and enthusiasms, and my heart is also bursting. I've also been instructed to invite you when you speak to hold the mic maybe 10 centimeters below your mouth, not too close, and definitely not too far, otherwise we can't pick it up. So my name's Natilee Harren, and I'm Associate Professor of Art History at the University of Houston in Texas, and I have the joyful responsibility of trying to kind of bring us into conversation, and rather than summing up what we've heard, I wanted to maybe remind us of where we've been and just highlight some ideas that have come up over the course of today before I open it up for this roundtable. So Hanna opened up by reminding us that Fluxus from its beginning was resistant to identity, to kind of having a centralized identity, reminding us that, in leaning on Tim's work, that it begins with a trace or instructions that invite us to return and repeat a gesture, and that remembering is, of course, always an act of doing, and activation is always involving a process of transformation. And thinking also about what we learned yesterday in our private session on IO's tactile boxes, we saw that this pointing finger, George Maciunas' favored kind of manicule, this graphic that he would return to again and again, was a metaphor that worked very literally on us and on the world for the object pointing us always to something else, life often. And that activation is for us here unfolding in the present, but also in terms of conservation is a way of enabling the work to continue into the future. All of the presentations we've heard today point towards a Fluxus multiverse of conservation and maybe multiple strategies that we need. And this ephemerality of the object intervenes in a modernist notion of time that we need to move away from. I really appreciated that about Tim's presentation. And also reminds us of the comparative potential of all of the different modes of activation and what we can learn through constellating them. One in which contemporary artists become privileged reanimators, inviting us to ask the question of whose work it is. This was something I was wondering during Judit's talk. And there are some artists who kind of designated collaborators and heirs to their practice along the way, which has been helpful and may continue to be another strategy. Josie's reminding us through the work of Jorge Otero Payos that preservation is an organization of attention. And maybe we need to think about modes of demoting the object so that the object becomes a kind of avatar or stand-in or an invitation to remember Fluxus and respond to its provocations, to which we add our own microbes, dust, activating cultures, and breath. Natasha at some point used the word fermentation, which I thought might be one that we could return to. And these works continue to mean so much to us because they point a way towards dealing with the polycrisis that we are in. So I might invite us to think maybe more historically about like the why of why now? Why focus on these questions now? Aga invited us to think about what the Fluxus work of art does, as opposed to honing in on its materiality or form, introducing the language of instantiations, and thinking about conservation as a mode of transmission, and one that opens out to the larger kind of set of research projects that Hanna has so brilliantly orchestrated around performance and dance, and I'm sure the next one will continue this as well. Hanna said that conservation after Fluxus is conservation after permanence, and artworks want to change. Introduced us to the notion of Nelson Goodman of execution of the work versus implementation, which is something is new to me and I'd like to hear more about. But it reminded me too of maybe a related set of ideas that Dig Higgins borrows from Hans-Georg Gadamer, who was interested in thinking about the work's worlding, or the worlding of the work, the world that the work makes possible, through the way that one kind of fuses one's knowledge horizons or kind of conceptual framework with the work of art when one comes into contact with it. So that was sort of a meandering journey through all the presentations that we've heard today. And I guess I want to start with a very pointed and pragmatic question for the panelists, which is, what would you want to say to a curator or conservator of Fluxus 50 years from now, knowing that the whole reason that we're here is so that the work can continue beyond our lifetimes? Can I put Ken and Noel on the spot, actually, or Anne Noel on the spot, since we actually haven't heard too much from you yet today?
I'm keeping quiet because I'm not trying to, conserve works. From my point of view, George Maciunas printed these famous newspapers way, way back then on paper that was brittle and brown and coming apart in the ones that we had. And he also tried to print an ink that would fade with time, so he didn't want them conserved. And now they've been reprinted in a new format, as Hanna writes about in the book, so that they can all be read again, So it's very strange whether some of the things were meant to be kept that long. A lot of the artists didn't expect their work to be saved and, ready for the next 50 years. It's now 100 years for some of them. So, yeah. I don't know. What do you think, Ken?
Well, I guess I have 2 or 3 thoughts about it. The one is, as long as people are here, I don't see why the work can't be thought of again and again, in the sense that these immediate things of Zen that were said in the 600s and in the 1200s and the 1600s again, they're still alive, even though there were things of an immediate moment. But the other thing I was really thinking about very deeply when I was thinking about this business of the polycrisis, I don't think that art is going to get us out of what's coming. The time that could have been done something to correct it was probably the early 70s. A friend of mine who is an engineer, retired vice chancellor of an Australian university, studied with another engineer in Germany, and the old guy was talking about different things that he was seeing in the climate, and my friend said, well, but you can't really measure it yet. And he said, by the time you can measure this, it's going to be too late. And already a couple years ago, James Lovelock, whose predictions have been quite good, has been saying that he's expecting the kill rate that's coming from climate change to be 90%, not decimation of the human race, 1 in 10, but 9 in 10. So I don't think art's going to do much to help us out of the polyclimate crisis. It's just do our best while we're still here.
Are you sure? Okay. I don't know if you want to respond directly to what Ken said, maybe. Okay. For me, what we forget is, I think Fluxus is a lot to do with concepts and ideas and information as material. But we tend to focus on material as material, and that takes us away from potentially from the concepts and the ideas. And for me, working with the Fluxus object, but even just today, the fact that we use these objects to talk about them means that we conserve them, and we talk about the stories around them. And because of that, so they're conversation pieces in a way that I think maybe different from conservation as a material artifact. And so I think I would say to curators and conservators to keep that in mind. But just something stuck with me when somebody asked about about value. I think that was the value one, and then the other one was about authorship. And in terms of the value, I was wondering whether we could bring in the idea of the repertoire, which is what Diana Taylor brought in terms of performance. Quite particularly that if you think about archives as repertoire, then the iterations, the focus shouldn't be on the iterations and whether they are similar to the previous one, but what can we learn from the differences between the iterations. So repertoire helps us thinking about expanding knowledge about the work. So I think that's maybe the value of thinking about all the iterations, so that we know what the difference is and learn from the differences. And then the other thing was about authorship. And I wonder whether there's something to do with thinking about conservation hypothetically in terms of what it could be, and then try to deal with it practically within the situation of our museums. And I'm thinking about, is there a surprise that actually artists wanted to do their own museums for like Galantai, like Johnson, like all of that? Because I think they knew what we also know now, that museums were not built for these kind of works. And so therefore we are trying to kind of put them into something that they're really difficult. It's really difficult to fit them into a 19th century idea of what a museum is and what is it for. And so I think there is plenty of artists who would have wanted differently, but we just never built the museum for these artworks. And they might be not even museums, but we just don't have another word for that. Sorry, that was a bit long, but that just came into my mind.
No, that's great. Thank you. I just wanted to add, I would say remediation. So work, like the Fluxus work, that is so intermedial. I would like to see a form of conservation that includes the original media, but also forms of remediation. And another thing that I think is very important, and this is where perhaps these exhibitions or permanent collections could look a little bit more like, say, the anthropological exhibitions. I'm thinking specifically of Le Roi Gourand and his evolution of the various tools. Because there was something in Aga's presentation today that once you reveal this sort of network of relations and strategies, you see the evolution of the work, right? So in other words, the work is not limited within a certain time period, right? But has its own evolution. I realize that this is not cheap, right? So whether this would work in pragmatic terms, that's very different. But these are the two things that I would like to see in 50 years' time.
I think it doesn't. And maybe Hanna can also talk to me a little bit, but I remember I was doing my PhD when Hanna did the Xanthi film. And my whole PhD was about trying and failing as a curator to do a remediated version that the museum would then collect, and they didn't. So that was my finding. But the reason why they didn't is because they said because of the kind of singular authorship or the focus on that. So I was a curator who was working with an artist, and then we remediated the work, and I was actually very much part of it. And we wanted to kind of co-author it. And then at the moment there's another hand becomes part of a new iteration, the museum was not interested in it. And the other thing that I learned from yours, I think we had a conversation about that was when you did Zen for Film and tried to bring together all the different manifestations of Zen for Film. I think there was some practical difficulties of whether you can show the different iterations of the same work at the same time, because actually museums really like to show their versions as the one, and they're not in the business to show you the iterations or the trajectory of the work. So I think we are kind of very much against a systematic, a long-term systematic setup. That, of course, why the question is now, because museums always collect things that are at least like 50 years old or something. And then so they're coming into the collection and they don't know what to do with it. And so there's a very practical reason of why this is now a question. And the fact that they don't necessarily know, so they will separate the object from the archive, the performance, documentation from the relic. One goes in the collection, the other one goes in the archive, and whoever comes will not know that this was actually one work. And the same thing happened with Boyce's blackboards, where the documentation of the performance is in the archive, but the blackboard became part of a collection. So I think there's a huge practical difficulty with that, although I'm really hoping that these lovely events and Hannah's leadership in that will actually maybe kickstart something that museums start thinking differently, and we get to a point when the thinking change. I think that's important.
I think what you've just said goes along quite a way with what I was thinking. I think to me one of the central questions is about what Hannah said about accompanying transformation. How do we accompany transformation? Do we do it by documenting things, but then that just arrests another moment in time? Or is it more along the lines of kind of what you were just saying about, you know, the attitude towards it? So, yeah, I guess my comment is just a question, you know, how do we accompany transformation?
Yes, thanks. The thing that's missing from all of this that worries me is skill. I don't detect any skill whatever in any of the artworks I've heard about. And that's what bothers me about the whole skill. It does not require any skill, so far as I can tell, to perform any of the scores that we've heard about. And maybe that's the point. But if I was thinking about what we would want conservators to be doing in 50 years' time, I would be anxious that that museums become conservatories in which skills that have served humans for thousands of years can still be carried on and renewed for generations to come. I think that if we allow those skills to disappear, we are doing great disservice to coming generations, and we are seeing those skills such as of handwriting, for example, disappearing before our eyes. So skills that have served our ancestors for thousands of years, we're allowing to disappear within a generation. And I don't see, for all my respect for what Fluxus artists are doing, I don't see any concern for that in their work at all.
We have immediate answers to that.
Turn it on. I think that's well. Can I just, if I can just highlight my essay for the Activating Fluxus book, I tried to draw attention to what I call the tacit knowledge, sort of after Hannah's own work, that is not articulated directly in the score, but is part of this performance culture that really did mark original Fluxus performances in the 60s and 70s, that there was an appreciable aesthetic. There was actually a way that they did things. But, you know, my concern is that because we love the democratic aspect of Fluxus, because we like this idea that anybody can do it and anything goes, it's possible that we could eventually move so far in that direction that the original kind of kernel of aesthetic experience that was cultivated in the 60s and 70s could get lost. So that is, you know, my plea to conservators and curators in 50 years is that there is a way, and we actually do need to kind of extend ourselves and really articulate what that is, especially when some artists kind of refuse and or are reluctant to articulate that. That kind of falls onto into the responsibilities of curators, conservators, and historians.
I would say just very quickly before Ken that there is a skill there, and I wouldn't say that it's necessarily that it has to do with making, but it's conceptual performative. So if you have, say, an artist like Zhang Huan, a contemporary Chinese artist who's been around for a few decades, and one of his early pieces was sitting in a dark space with lots of honey on his naked body and bees. So it requires no skill whatsoever to execute that. But it requires a certain skill to understand what kind of crystalline image, and this is a word from Deleuze, to produce. And that is the skill, if you like, that is needed for that kind of work.
I think it also the body action also creates, also is skill. If you don't think it's skill, then I would think you don't know much about performance, because performance is skill. It's just a different type of skill. And I think actually sitting in a room with honey on your body, with flies all over you, it's a skill. And if you would try to do that for 24 hours, you would understand why. And I think performance's problem, one of performance's problem that is not regarded as skill, when if you are actually doing it and doing it seriously as a performance artist, it's something that not an easy thing to do. And actually artists go into, for example, Zen retreats to try to meditate for long enough to be able to carry that with their body. If it's a durational performance. So that's a skill, I think, that is an embodied skill that potentially people who try to reiterate and maybe not taking it seriously might think anybody can do that. But then we also had people saying things like, oh, what's that abstract painting? Anybody can do that. So I think performance is not different from any other type of artworks, and it might look like it doesn't have skills, but I think it's probably one of the most skillful type of work that artists do. That's my belief. I really don't agree that there is no skill.
I remain highly skeptical, and my skepticism is based on the fact that I've spent years of my life learning to play the cello, and I cannot, for the life of me, find a comparison between that kind of conceptual skill development you're talking about and the kind of effort that is required to learn to play well a musical instrument and perform it. And I really take a lot of persuading, and I'm sort of coming in from an outsider to this, to actually see in the work you're talking about that kind of skill. And it's actually, embodiment is completely the wrong word for it, because it's not something that sediments in the body, it's a mode of feeling, and it's not tacit, it makes a lot of noise. And it's haptic, and it's animate, and it's alive. Now, maybe you can persuade me that all the skills you're talking about in this kind of performance art are of a similar nature, but I'd take quite a lot of persuading.
Well, let me give it a try. There are really a couple things. The first thing is, George Martunis was adamant that anybody could do it. So, of course, he staked out a very specific political position on this. I don't think everybody would agree with him. And I think if you look, and I'll use the exact example of the cello, the very best Fluxus performer ever that I've ever seen was Ben Patterson, and he was trained as a classic cellist. And contrabass. Sorry, yeah. But anyhow, he brought this to marvelous performances. But at the same time, I can also say, when I do workshops where I teach people who haven't done this to do flux works, it usually takes a week or 2 weeks. We spend every morning looking at the works, talking about them, bringing ideas forward, and then we spend every afternoon rehearsing and trying pieces out in different ways. And if I don't do that, if people don't do that, you don't get a good concert. So there's something. I'm not saying you're absolutely wrong, but I wouldn't say you're absolutely right either. I'd say you have to see a really great Flux concert, and then you could understand what we're talking about.
Absolutely. And can I just very briefly, just as a response to exactly, I actually agree and disagree, because there are so many ways of being skilled in something. And just because, I'm very familiar with your work on skill, and I so admire it, but since the 1960s or perhaps late 1950s, in the post-studio practice, artists started to fabricate works outside the studios, and this is obviously another type of skill. I mean, Judit was mentioning it was mentioned here before. What performance can do or what it is, but there is a general tendency around this time, when people go out from the studios, when they fabricate works, and there is even the skill of managing multiple actors in order for a really great work, for instance, of multimedia to emerge. I was working quite a lot on Pike, and his skill actually was just there in this very skillful management of people resources. People loved him. The collaborators just did his work very voluntary. And then there is another level to skill, I think, which needs to be introduced, because we are speaking here within the conservation context, that even if I don't agree that that Fluxus works do not involve skill, and perhaps we should organize a good Fluxus concert, as Ken suggested. But there is another level, where skill is introduced in this kind of not posterity, because it's kind of contradicts the notion of time that we were perhaps pursuing here, but the idea that there are people highly skilled in thinking how to continue the life of those works into the future, whether they are performers themselves or neo-Fluxus artists, there are some, or whether they are conservators or curators or other, of those professional groups that really, spend a lot of time and intellectual and physical effort, and are highly skilled in kind of fluxing beyond the original Fluxus. And if I could respond to the 50 years after, because I find it's fascinating, just like perhaps coming back also to what we yesterday discussed in the AO event. I believe that there is a potential of activating future generations to think Fluxus and other concepts or forms further. And this is perhaps where, in times of really economic precarity, in times where people are completely artistic, new artistic generations are coming up, they are completely underpaid, they don't know how to survive, we are sitting here in the school which fabricates quite many artists, per year. I think we need to channel many of the resources, somehow channel them into a work which perhaps bring revival, homage, perhaps might bring a different type of continuation, rather than only investing in material preservation of things. This is what I wanted. This is my message.
So thank you so much for this amazing conversation. So first I would like to respond to Tim, actually, because I love this idea actually of having this incubator of skills, a museum as an incubator of skills. I was thinking, I love this metaphor of museum as a greenhouse for artists, and I think that art making is a skill. So I would think about it this way. This is not something that it's like you have to, people study long time to become an artist and to make art, and of course some of them they are making better art, and some of them they are making amazing art, like great players and bad players. But so I think I really totally love this idea of turning museums into kind of incubators of skills or greenhouses for art making. So that was my comment, and I wanted to comment on Judith authorship. What you say about authorship. And I think that from my perspective, observing how museum world is developing, I think it's one of the paradigm that is more difficult to overcome. But unfortunately, what I think, this is in artists' hands to overcome it. It's like if artists want to have somebody else on the label, mean, you are having an example of artists wanted to have somebody else in the label, but I mean, it is a constant constantly advocating for it, and I think that this can start changing, and I see some movements towards this direction. So I'm hopeful. I'm kind of a museum critic, but also museum somehow lover, because I believe that those are special spaces, and I really would love to see them evolving. And I would like to also comment on the question of in 50 years. I mean, I have read a lot of science fiction in my life, and I'm like, I just think, you know, and like apocalyptic visions or post-apocalyptic visions of the reality, that the resources are so scarce that each time you want to preserve something, you have to, like, you know, testify what is the carbon footprint of preserving this thing, right? Or maybe you have to pay compensation for this carbon footprint that you have generated by preserving this material entity, right? I kind of, that's my vision of the future, maybe very pessimistic, but then I think that we have to turn back to what has been practicing before, which is other ways of transmission beyond this material thing. That's something that is also engaging other people and creating some kind of other cultural engagement than just the one that we are kind of used to through museum, to visual engagement, aesthetic engagement. Okay, thank you.
So I have 3 thoughts, 3 comments, which fortunately compile everything that has been discussed till now. One thing that I feel which answers your 50-year question, which also applies to everything that's being discussed, is first of all, let me say I am not a Fluxus expert, or I don't know anything about it. So this is coming from a person who is a lover of art, like, and I work with historic buildings. So just so you know, what I feel curators now and 50 years later should focus on is 3 things: sensitivity, accountability, and consciousness, while choosing what they are calling as Fluxus art. I'll give you an example, like what we discussed today. In Josie's presentation, there was a line that was discussed that said that the dust particles that were collected are equally as important as the artwork itself, which, coming from a historic building background, I feel could be a bit insensitive, because with example, if you say Shroud of Turin is as important as Jesus Christ, or if you say a napkin which is getting sold on eBay that somebody said, you know, some celebrity has used, is as valuable as the celebrity itself, then it becomes very insensitive. So just with that, like those 3 examples, I feel like it's a bit, I mean, we need to choose what we call as Fluxus art. Also, in the Fluxus art stream itself, what I feel is important is, in Aga's presentation, we saw that the Fluxus art keeps on reinventing, keeps on, you know, regenerating and reactivating itself based on the techniques or the tools that are available in the contemporary time. For example, we see how the printing artwork, it went from, like, the different printers were used. First it was like Python which was used, but now we all know, like, Python is getting replaced by AI. Then if AI starts to generate, you know, those, you know, yeah, exactly. So then where is that sensitivity? Where is that consciousness? Where do we say, oh no, this is not Fluxus art? Because it is going to keep on reinventing based on, like, the tools available. Then, and of course, there are going to be multiple reinterpretations of that exact art itself. So then, even for Fluxus artists, after 50 years, what they see, like, their work is getting, you know, reinterpreted as, could be a bit offensive, could be a bit insensitive. We don't know that. I mean, I don't know that for sure. So then, for me, I think even now and even later, when we say a particular art is, you know, as valuable as, and then the comparison is something like a painting which was done in 1500s, or even a Fluxus art which is as important, because I remember seeing in yesterday's study room, there were like multiple, like, boxes, and like I was new to it, but AO boxes. And if that gets reinterpreted to an extent where it becomes insensitive, then where is the line? So I feel like those three things are something that we should take care of even now and after 50 years. So, yeah.
Sensitivity, thank you, to also keep, I mean, we can work in very cross-disciplinary ways, but it's important to have that absence, even if it's an absence of that field in mind. Because when people say things like, when these comparisons are made, they're made on the basis of so many artworks that have been produced by contemporary artists that do work with dust. So Nina Kutuduri and Roger Hyans, there are quite a few of them. So this is not a frivolous comparison. Do you see what I mean? It's based on certain tacit, if you like, knowledge. And I understand that when we talk, when we sort of try and have a conversation across different fields, some of that kind of sedimented tacit knowledge will remain, or quite a lot of it, in fact, right? And so people will say things that have a very different value if you take all that into account. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so I would like to make two remarks, because I'm also a member of the board of ICOM Switzerland. So of course, when we speak about museums here, I think what we did not speak about is that museums are themselves in transition. They learn a lot. So I told Aga recently that there is a huge project going on how museums can learn. And of course, we also, all of us, I'm working since 25 years in the same museum, so I know how much this has been changed since I started there. So I think this is very important, no? That we do not see them as a kind of 19th century experience only this, but experience them as institutions in that they change themselves. So this is very important. The other thing is, so I'm a conservator, and I would like to just react on your beautiful concept on condition reports, because what I think this is such a beautiful example on, and I agree with the concept, no, that the concept should really define the moment compared for how the condition is now compared to a condition which was the ideal condition it maybe never had. But what is important, the remark I would like to tell you is, or say is that, so I do hundreds of condition reports, I did thousands or millions, maybe exaggerated, but what I can say is that this is a complete illusion. So what we do is just constantly decide whether what we see, a change in the materiality, how we value it, or how, if it is in a way, if we see it as a damage, or if we see it as a degradation, or we see it as a change which is accepted and even appreciated. So this knowledge and this kind of doing and knowing the artwork itself, and this practice and this experience, and also with the knowledge on the artwork itself, is so much also related to the person. So we are a team of conservators, and we know who is who is how they the team is doing their condition reports, and we know that they are completely different. So this is more like a tool to accompany or the change of the material, and not maybe what the ideal concept, as you described it, should be. Maybe so. That's maybe a remark. I think I would like to say.
Very briefly, just to answer. Thank you so much. You know, I before kind of venturing, actually, condition reporting, I think it brought me kind of to academia, I would say, because I was so yeah, I felt like I was producing so many of them, you know, sitting in my last I think museum was ZKM, and we did quite a lot of condition reports of large installations, multimedia and what have you. And I found it just really absurd. I completely agree with you say, that it's very subjective, that reveals way of seeing and stuff like this. But it's always somehow there, this kind of yearning for this, I don't know, pristine state of the work, I feel, that if you then really look at what we do, there are like these palimpsestic inscriptions which each carry like our handwriting, and you can even like recognize colleagues. And I thought, nowadays I just love those. I'm thinking about them as aesthetic objects. Just to kind of come back to where I came from. But just to say that perhaps. And from this position, one can basically, pursue the criticism, temporal critique of conservation as well, right? With this kind of slicing of time and so on and so forth. Yeah. But perhaps we could come back to the topic. So thank you so much for this. To the topic that Natalie asked us to reflect on, the 50 years from now on.
Yeah, I have so many questions, it's like popping in my head. But first of all, I think for Fluxus, one of the skills could be having fun, which is a skill that we may need to remember, talking about Fluxus in the museums. But on the question of like in 50 years, I was wondering if any of you looked into process in conservation, in museum, like not only the artwork, not only the conservator, but maybe the process in the museum in which we're like conserving the objects. If that's clear.
What do you mean with
the processes, like how in objects like we saw, the timeline is not linear as we think. So it could be think as a process. The artworks enter the museum, it's exhibited, it's like it goes through the hands of the conservator. How do you document this? Should we document all of this process of the artwork in the museum? Yeah. So I think I have like a...
I would know what the process is. You'd need to teach me in terms of what happens at the moment with these kind of objects. From the very little experience that I had, was things like, if there's a performance work, a Fluxus work that has multiple elements, let's say, then there's a tendency, at least not necessarily everywhere, and I'm not saying that's generically, but with the museums that I worked with, where these elements were separated. So there was no process that would hold these works together in terms of its different elements. And it was not to do with necessarily actually conservators' own individual understanding of the work, because I think the understanding is there, and I would think that if somebody is working with these types of works as a conservator, they're very, very skilled and expert in terms of understanding the work. What I see from my experience is that there is a setup that sometimes doesn't necessarily allow that to happen. It can be something like how databases are working. It can be something how departments work together, or whose job is what, or what you end up with, because you might be end up with something that maybe, if you are an object conservator as opposed to a document conservator or something, like you might be already given just the element of an artwork, so you might not actually work with the full picture either, in terms of what you might have in the collection. So I think it would be brilliant to have the process somewhere documented, and not even just the process of these, of where the objects went or was a database, but actually even the conservator's hand in a way, and the curator's hand, because I think we are even though we might have this picture of this kind of very objective way of dealing with, nothing is objective. And I think there's a lot of, particularly when it's like media artworks, for example, conservators, curators actually alter the work by the way how it's presented, using new technologies because the old one doesn't work, or so that artworks actually change as well. And I think it would be really good if we could somehow document the history of these, of how something changes, and so therefore there's a bigger picture, even though we might not exhibit them always all the time at once, like Hanna tried to do it with Zen for film. But yeah, I think it would be lovely. It would be a great way, but of course it would mean that some sort of change within the organizations, I guess. But I don't know.
I want to say that there is protocol, and I would say, based on my experience, time-based media and performance curators are really leading the way, and there's language that they use already that could be used further. So we're here, and then if I can, I would love to also invite Alison to join the conversation as well. So who is first?
I think you were first. It's fine. I think you summarized what I was. I agree with you. Just to value what you were saying, I think it's also very important to question the transmission, preservation, or not only to the conservators, but the museum as a dispositive, as protocol, and to analyze that in a more detailed matters, because it's a system, correct? It's also a perspective, a point of view, it's contextualized, historic, and it's all of that is playing a role. So to divide too much in terms of position, external position almost as a conservator, I think it's also limiting the limitation where our conservators are belonging to a larger system. And I don't think that conservators exist outside of this system of museum, even though we have freelancing conservator, but it's connected to the system of museum. And perhaps it's this question of Fluxus and museum that is more at stake. So I agree with you with this question that is really important.
I would also like to answer or to comment on your question, which I really liked, about documenting the process, and also taking up your point, Natalie, about the museums evolving or also changing in these last years. Because me as a museum person, I even had the impression that documenting the process, doing backstage exhibitions had become really a trend, which maybe faded already again. So there were many exhibitions in museums that I remember which exhibited the process of musealization. So I remember one in the Lehnbach House in Munich, where in the Kunstbau, some of you might know this this building, there was the whole chain of steps an artwork had to go through when entering the museum. And not saying that we are doing everything right at the Museum Abteilberg in Mönchengladbach, but we also had the aim when the Fluxus collection of Erik and Dorothee Anders entered the museum of not just doing backstage work in the hidden space and then 10 years after proceeding with the exhibition, having with the documentation, having a huge exhibition, but we had really the aim of showing what we do and of showing to the public what this entails when a private collection of Fluxus with two problems in one enters a museum. And I think this process of self-reflection, as Natalie also alluded to, has really entered museums. And the questions, what does a concept of the 19th century do with art itself evolving so quickly, that is really at the top of our self-reflective thoughts all day, and we are discussing this all the time. So this is maybe a bit of a tendency of self-defendance as a museum person, but to add a question for advice maybe to the conservators here in the round table, or rather circle. I would like to come back to Sally's question, which has not been answered, I think, about really the question how to accompany transformation. I really liked, Hanna, in your talk that you summed it up so pregnant in a pregnant way, in a very poignant way, that that conservators should not avoid transformation but accompany transformation. So me as a museum curator, I asked the conservators, what could that really in a pragmatic approach mean? So with the can, what does this accompanying process mean? At what point should we do which undertaking or which measurement? So.
I have many thoughts, but if you want to answer the conservation question, then I'll jump in.
I mean, I have the same comment on actually what Felicia asks and the previous question. I don't know your name. Sorry. Okay. So I think that the kind of from conservation perspective, we had this obsession with documentation, and I think I call it obsession because we are actually, as a field, we really wanted to document always everything. So I wouldn't be actually so worried about losing something in the process of the artwork going through this kind of machinery of the museum, because we really try to run behind it and like document. But I think that we are now in the transformative moment of actually accompanying in a different way, not by taking 100,000 photos of every stage of everything, but actually letting go. So just being there and experiencing rather than trying to kind of like textualize everything, codify everything within this kind of archival kind of craze of like we want to collect all the knowledge we know about everything. So I wanted to express that somehow in this criticism over my own methodology as a conservator, that I always wanted to know as much as I can as it available to be known. But now I'm like, why? Maybe I don't actually. And it's nice to also have just snippets of things, and then we're just not accumulating either this documentation, because documentation is first, not neutral. You're not able to produce something which will kind of capture every point of view, right? It's very objective, which is there's nothing wrong about it, but at the same time, it is also we are accumulating it. Like it's all again this obsession with accumulation more and more. So substituting material objects with documents, it's also not perhaps a way to be. Maybe just experiencing them and just carrying them with us. It would be another way of accompanying them in these transformations. I don't know. I mean, I'm in the transformation of thoughts right now myself as a conservator. So that's just my comment.
Conservation as hospice rather than hospital.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Great. I think I'm excited to pick up on a couple of the threads, and thank you to all of the speakers and comments today. It's just been so generative. But what I'm thinking about is, as Judith was pointing toward the inherent paradox of projects that were meant to resist institutional structures ending up within the institutions they're resisting, and the kind of cycle that we can see of this happening over and over against across time in different ways, Fluxus being one of them. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to think about Fluxus's place within the museum as a productive challenge from within, rather than a sort of, inevitable moment of institutionalization. And one way that I'm thinking about this and pulling out a couple of the things people have said is using very concrete case studies of the ways that Fluxus resists museum structures, and taking seriously the way that the piece as a performance can push back against those structures. So thinking about even the most nitty-gritty levels around cataloging, as a few people have noticed, authorship for a Fluxus work resists the cataloging systems that are in place. So to see a Fluxus performance of the Fluxus work performing its resistance to that system, what does it mean to take that seriously on a nitty-gritty level as a museum worker? And I think there are a lot of
ways to do that, that if we play this out multiple times over, there could be a lasting change within the overall structure. And I think that's something we have seen how artists since Fluxus have continued to resist these structures and challenge them in their works, but we can also project backwards and see that the structures in place are fictions from even the time before. They're based on protocols that did not apply universally across the artworks from previous generations, as we see with unauthored artworks, or even the question of artworks where you don't know the artist's name. A shift of how to name that within the system, I think, is a really important lesson that we could learn backwards and forwards from the ways that these Fluxus works as case studies teach us to rethink.
Sorry, may I just like, sorry.
My name is Uli. I'm at the Museum of Modern Art in Frankfurt, and I'm listening to this conversation all day long, and I'm really pleased to hear all these different aspects. And one answer to your question to maybe why don't you think that flux artists have the ability to do art, or what is the quality? If you go back centuries or only decades, it's very questionable what artist has what quality. Or if you go back some centuries, there was huge institutions producing artworks in series, in big series, and it's very questionable if who is really the author of what we see in these days now. So we're talking about multiples today, but maybe there were multiples back in the Middle Ages already. So this is one thing, and I'm also like Natalie. I'm at the museum since almost 30 years now, and we're more like a think tank. We are producing artworks with the artists, along with the artists. Some artists just come to the museum and they say, "I have a very good idea, but I don't know how to really get it into action." So maybe you have the money, the staff, the people who know how to do it. So why don't you just do it for me? I will sign it. But that's true. I mean, if you know Catalan, Maurizio Catalan, we have a wonderful artwork by Maurizio Catalan. He never touched anything. He just had the idea to push a 5-meter long table through the wall. I have 4 meters of documents how to make a hole in the wall in a museum space, and then of course all the institutions and architects and all the people that I had to work with. Catalan came a day before the opening and signed it. It's not, I mean, but he has not a single clue how we produced that piece of art. He just said it has to be 5 meters long and it has to have a certain color, and that was it. Not that I don't like, it's a wonderful piece, not because I produced it. It's not, my name is not in any relation to that artwork, but we as a think tank, as the museum, we produced this and many other artworks.
Maybe I just want to share a quick thought. As what I know, Matsunas as a political and social project in the beginning of the 60s, which what I understand of making pedagogical objects carrying sense, gag, conceptual experience and operations, as you said. And this object would permit people, us, to be more attentive to everyday life, bird music, water music, so that we would not need any more professional art. That was the really beginning of his project. And his thinking has moved through 60s and 70s, but I still trust the power of this object to transform us for our everyday life, and I still trust this object as a pedagogical object, and I think also museum can, and they do, but also yes, not teach is not the good word, but look at them as pedagogical object and sharing their experiments more than the materiality.
Yes, just one quick quote from Aga. She talked about the chain reaction happening, and I think this is a good image of what's happening. So we have the work, and we try to give a space where things happen, and we probably will be out of control at some stage, but we can watch it and we can just try to use the energy coming out of it.
That concludes our roundtable. And who am I handing it off to next? Oh, here she is.
Thanks everyone for fantastic conversation.
Yeah,
Thanks
very.
so much for the moderation. It was just really great to have all the voices. Oh, sorry. But I thank you for sorry for our online attendees. Thank you so much for moderating this fantastic conversation. Thank you everyone who contributed. I think we could have gone on forever and until tomorrow. But the day is slowly coming to an end. We have one last contribution by Stefanie, to which we'll now turn. But let me join me in clapping my hands for Natalie and everyone who contributed.
Yeah, you can all reconvene afterwards. If I had known before about all these lively discussions, I probably would have brought a different case study to your attention as a last one. When one is addressed to do closing remarks, the first thing is that you feel like a tiny element in a field of researchers and experts on that field, and so I decided that closing remarks is more like an insight into an ongoing research and bringing something of the momentum of research as what I call now activation in practice. And I will now I bring you to a Fluxus work in a private collection in Laufen. And in order to keep the time, I provided a slow manuscript. A private building in Laufen houses some works by Alfred Richterich and pieces that became part of his collection. The building itself, which you see also here, the entrance situation, can be visited upon appointment as an accompanied experience that unfolds in time. One room in the basement is furnished with a combination of historical furniture, an image on the wall alluding to the notation of a domestic interior. Yet the objects in the table and the historical photo sitting on one of the chairs, which you can see there, the black and white photograph, compromise its cleanliness and raise questions, in particular considering all objects along what we have discussed and which we have found in the book, quote, a continuum of activity. Starting research in the closest proximity, the archive of Alfred Richterich, leads to a typewritten proposal by Daniel Sperry for a Falschmarkt planned to happen 15th November 1969 at Kunsthalle Basel upon invitation by Theo Gerber in the context of the exhibition Veränderungen aller Art. What you see here is the full typescript, and the last sentence says he wants to do a Tauschmarkt in that exhibition. The exhibition allowed a group of artists to take stewardship for transforming the Kunsthalle in its appearance, content and function from 7th to 23rd November 1969. And here's a quote in German. Unsere Künstler verzichten darauf, wenigstens für diese Ausstellung fertige, in sich richtige Werke, Tafel- oder Standbilder auszustellen. Stattdessen schaffen sie Räume, die eine bestimmte Stimmung erzeugen sollten und auf das Publikum eine bestimmte, bestimmbare, animierende Wirkung ausüben. So this exhibition, the artists could take over, and they really were allowed to create rooms that are situations all over. So everything against artworks that are normal or that are standardized. Photos in their archive of the Kunsthalle Basel, together with the exhibition catalog in 2 volumes, document that this action has happened that day, so on the 15th November, between 3 in the afternoon and 9 in the evening. Further, and you can see here when you look on that map, all this happened in what we see here as room number 5 on the right-hand side. This is what we, at least from these documents, can see. Further material from the archives of Daniel Spörri, which have been institutionalized at Nationalbibliothek Bern as part of the estate, validate that the action took place as conceived, including photography of the exchange of objects and recordings of all the conversations conducted by Daniel Spörri on site. In the meantime, the audio tapes have been digitized and made accessible through Phonothek. Altogether, they host the main sources of evidence for tracing the genesis of the individual elements of the installation in Laufen in a relational manner. In parallel to the Falschmarkt, Galerie Hanschin in Basel showed works by Daniel Spörri in an exhibition entitled Max and Morimal Art. The same night, the 2 first exhibitions of Joseph Beuys in Switzerland opened at Kunstmuseum Basel. Beuys took the initiative to pass by, bringing a Messerchen and a photo of the finder, his daughter. Spörri offered him a piece by Armand Schulthess in exchange. After Beuys had agreed to the transaction, Spörri shared his personal amusement about a cardboard box with a packaging Swiss fruit that was broad and containing nothing more than an old dried plum. Beuys resisted the offer to switch, arguing that this would be a breach of the principles of the Falschmarkt from a broader perspective of economics. This packaging, together with a mushroom eaten up by worms, was brought by Alfred Richterich himself. Acknowledging that this was the first economically valueless object that evening, Spörri offered pieces which had been rejected to enter the cycle of exchanges. Richterich accepted, starting a wish. And this is where you see here the objects in close-up. Mir wäre lieb, wenn Sie die Sachen auf dem Tisch aufleimen. Das ist mein Tisch. I would like that you glue all the pieces on the table. It is my table. Mir stinkt es, Dinge aufzukleben. That's Daniel Spörri. I don't want to do it again. So wie es 9 ist, können Sie es aufleimen. Garantie kann ich Ihnen heute schon geben. Einen Garantieschein ausstellen. Das habe ich früher auch schon gemacht. Zitat, dieses Objekt, Tableau Piège, wurde als Reliquie von Falschmarkt am 15. November 1969 von wie ist Ihr Name? Fredi Richterich aufgeleimt. Dann kommt noch die Adresse drauf, weil ich das von allen möchte. Schicken Sie mir dann bitte noch ein Foto. Haben Sie Uhu-Leim? Zementit ist auch gut. So what I can translate just roughly is that in this interaction, also the Garantieschein was written on the piece, and there was, but Daniel Spörri rejected that he would glue it on. So he left that to Alfred Richterich, and there was a debate about the type of glue, if it's the German version that Daniel Spörri was alluding to, the Uhu, or if it, the Swiss version, Zementit, is also possible. A meticulous inventory of the tableau piège and its condition has not been yet done. Within the building in Laufen, it is cared for and mediated according to the attitude underlying Richterich's attitude towards collecting as an extension of his artistic practice. It remains open to chance and changing and chance encounters at a starting point for engagement that may find its own path. What it needs as Essen is an interest that it is publicly stated and open to experience as a practice that informs the subsequent steps. What does the installation in Laufen stand for in the context of the debate of expanding conservation and activating in practice? It reminds us that the infrastructures of cultural institutions and archives, in this case it's mainly the Kunsthalle Basel, but also the Nationalbibliothek in Bern, are people entitled with agencies to take stewardship in the present, keep up with the findings in collaboration with researchers and extended collaborators, and think about forms of public engagement together. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not sure if you have questions for me. I just wanted to bring a piece of thought to to continue some other point, and maybe also one example which you didn't know before, but maybe are curious to visit or to go to Phonothek.
Thank you so much, Stefanie. I think there will be questions probably, but we should just take them with us to the dinner after our meeting here. You see, I'm just getting really tired. All speakers and everyone involved in active way is invited to Ratskeller. But for the time being, I just want to thank you so much for bringing this one last example. I think it was very refreshing to just again return to something, to restart again. No, it just feels like let's do it again. So let's clap our hands again for Stefanie. Thank you. Just very briefly, really big thanks to everyone who contributed again today. It was really, really fantastic, very fruitful. I want to thank our speakers, our moderators, our interventionists. I also want to thank very much our tech crew who was behind the gear all the time, realizing it exactly. I don't know if Andrea is outside, but Andrea, if you hear us, she was the person responsible for the bar and our buffet, which I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, again, I think it was fantastic, much to digest, and let's just get some snacks perhaps outside, and we'll be leaving here all together, if you would like, for the dinner. And if someone wants to have a break in between, it's Ratskeller, and I'm very happy to give you the exact address. We'll be meeting there hopefully within like 45 minutes. Thank you.